Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Oh my God, we absolutely will. Featured stories today. Joe Biden celebrates Transgender Day of Visibility or Vengeance, whatever they're calling it. Fox News anti-white attacks 2 state capitals. We'll be reviewing Fox News. China going to the moon, finding water. White sympathetics arrested. And the Go Free lesson of the day, we're going to cover the colossal week that we had last week. It was truly a wonderful thing, meeting members of the community here in D.C. and out in Texas, Central Texas. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. A man is walking through his local mall and notices a Mexican bookstore. He decides to go in because he has never seen a Mexican bookstore before. He browses through the store and finally asks the leering clerk, "Do you have that book, the Donald Trump's foreign policy with Mexico?" The clerk replies, "S.A., screw you, get out and stay out." And the man replies, "Yeah, that's the one." And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious Sunday, the beginning of the week, where we take back our destiny. It's wonderful to be here, 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And everything is glorious in service to white well-being. It's great to see all of you here going free with us. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, I would appreciate it. You can do so at Entropy, which is up and running and working. You could do so at D-Live with their cryptocurrency. You could do so at Odyssey with their cryptocurrency and with cash dollars. You may even do so over at Cash App on the monitors over to this direction. All of these are in the description below. You may just rappel down into the description. You will find these links and you will be able to reach out to yours truly with some financial love. Make sure you love on me. You may also financially gift with cryptocurrencies over at nowhiteguilt.org. You click on the financial gift tab. Once you're there, nowhiteguilt.org, financial gift tab. You will see the wallets. You will see a snail mail address over there as well that you can reach out to me with. And otherwise, please financially gift, that is, across any of those with your comments or statements, and I will read every single one of them, even if I have to alter them a little bit, because you might write something really objectionable. And we don't want to be objectionable here because it's not in our heart to be objectionable. Great to see everybody here today. If you would not like to financially gift, but you have a question or comment or concern over the course of this gathering, or you see somebody with a question, comment, or concern, and they're trying to reach out to yours truly, please let them know that all they need to do is write @ no white guilt, @ no white guilt, @ no white guilt. And you can light up my screen for me. Light up my screen as I light up your world. You will light up my screen and I will see your question or comment or concern and I will speak to it, because that's what these going free gatherings are all about. This is not just another live stream. It's not a show on the internet. It is a gathering. And my friend, eventually one of these days, we will be in a giant auditorium for every Sunday gathering. And there will be thousands upon thousands, and they will cheer and they will scream in joy, and the world will look on through their televisions and any other means of communication they may have, and we will grow to the recapture of our destiny. Nothing can stop us. If you're worried about your comment or question scrolling off the screen on one of these platforms, you may just head on over to Entropy. There's a Tall Kevin widget, a question widget. Tall Kevin, an amazing individual. And you will, right there, your question or comment, it won't disappear unless you or I delete it. That's another way to make sure your questions or comments get to me over the course of the gathering. We're going to be taking those comments. We're going to be looking at past comments. We're going to be taking calls. We're going to be covering different news items, especially the thing that's very exciting. We're going to get started right here at the very beginning with what we do at the beginning of every month with the first gathering, and that is celebrate those on the honors roll call, all stars on the honors roll call first, and feeling so glorious, I must say, feeling so glorious this Sunday in a celebratory mood after we had this past week of a just triumphant, a victorious, a marvelous, a virtuosic, dazzling, royal, awesome, excellent, admirable, magnificent event in Texas, getting together with so many wonderful champions down there by Dallas, Texas. And interesting, we were down there by Dallas, Texas. It was we were at the Big D, after the Big D, that song I love. Kate and I played that song. What is it? 6 short months we went together, decided it would be forever. 2 paychecks are better than one, a diamond ring, it was done. Bought her house like I said I would in a subdivided neighborhood. Fuse got short and the nights got long. It was over, long gone before I knew what I was headed to. I'm going to the Big D and don't mean Dallas. I can't believe what the judge had to tell us. I got the Jeep, she got the palace. I'm going through the Big D and don't mean Dallas. Big D is what we went through with the white sympathetic sphere. Severed it, and then we were down at Dallas and all of our champions. So many great folks were there. Let's get into the All-Stars. The All-Stars of the Honors Roll Call will begin with the number one, the guy at the absolute apex, the pinnacle of the All-Stars. Actually, by a good bit. We're celebrating raucous emojis, 007s for all of these people who automatically financially gift, and they do so out of the goodness of their heart, out of their love to our people, the recapture of our destiny, the betterment of our individuals, our families, our communities, our countries. And we begin with one and only at the very top, Promethean healing. And then still with the All-Stars, but sliding down the ladder of ways, we have the great Final Blossom. And then another in the All-Stars, Joseph. Thank you all for celebrating. Please continue to do so as we work through. Still in the All-Stars segment, we have No White Guilt Clips. And still in the All-Stars of the Honors Roll Call, we have Her Mother of Victory. Her Mother of Victory is over here in the All-Stars. God bless you so very much. And we will continue with the rest of the Honors Roll Call. Right now, it looks like we have Michigan Wave and Happy Cat, as well as, let's see, Brad C is here, and King Petrus. Winget is here. Ben K is here on the Honors Roll Call. So is Tamara is here. And we have Starshine Girl, user 15BB, user 5E44. Mavrant is here. Zenazak, Mr. Walker, Greg M is over here. GDA is here, as well as George and All-Star. And rounding out the Honors Roll Call today is Riot is over here. WK Hendrickson, Maximilian is here, and WRM 1090. 007s for these champs. Raucous emojis. Cast them some diamonds. Throw some gems at their feet. Gems at their feet when they pass us by. God bless every single one of these champions. We love you. Thank you so much. If you want to be a part of this list, all you need to do is get onto one of the platforms where you automatically financially gift every month without even having to think about it. And we will be celebrating you in like fashion. We love it. God bless every single one of you. That is the Honors Roll Call with the All-Stars at the very, very top of that list. Let's begin, ladies and gentlemen, with the action item of the day. We'll hit some swashbuckling announcements. These are not the regular announcements. These are the swashbuckling ones, because it's epic swash that we're always after in service to white well-being. Always the epic swash. There'll be movies made of us one of these days. You know it is true, ladies and gentlemen. Action item of the day. The Great Slots has been over there at Twitter. He has tweeted about April 30th at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern time on April 30th is the release of Part 9 and the full album for Imminent Reigns, The Legend of Prometheus. A rock album he calls Promethean Rock, dedicated to my book, Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, a didactic novel. You better have it and begin reading it. If people are out there writing symphonies to it and writing rock albums to it and writing albums to it that are, what would you call those albums again? Where are you? What was the concept album, I guess you would call it? If people are doing that, that means there's something there. We are the countdown. And this is since the great Imminent Reign has been working on this since 2020. Life getting in the way, COVID troubles in the way. It's nothing but problems. And he has still been working on this album to bring it to fruition because of how much it means to him and how much he knows that it will mean to the rest of our folk. Make sure, ladies and gentlemen, that you get over to my Twitter, you get over to Sloth's Twitter. The links will be put in the live chat right now. You want to retweet, you want to copy and paste this information that the great Sloths has put together. Brilliant gentleman. He thought we're going to have the countdown. We've been counting down for 2 months. We're down to 1 month now. until the album and song number 9 will be finally released. And I can tell you this, this doesn't happen anywhere else. You have other content creators, you have other communities out there, you have other organization leaders out there, and they're doing what they do. Some things good, some things moral, some things wretched, some things immoral, and we have nothing to do with those, of course. But here we have the absolute seminal gem, the kernel of the recapture of our destiny in Western civilization by Western kind to finally push back against the evil. Be a participant in this. Let everybody know that we are live right now, that we are going out across the airwaves to save lives, to save babies, to save families, to save Western civilization. And an enormous player in that service is the great Imminent Reign. When also announced during these swashbuckling announcements here that the first commercial on Gab, I am putting up 4 commercials. I am paying for 4 commercials to run over the course of this month for the great Imminent Reign, to make sure as many people come to this man's colossal work. He deserves it. He is doing the right thing. He is doing the moral thing. He is doing the Herculean thing. We need to make sure that as many people as possible come to this man, that he is rewarded for his time, that he is rewarded for his intelligence, that he is rewarded for his musical genius. This is how we ensure that he will do more and others will do more and others will come and stand on our shoulders, and we will love them to do that. There will be stadiums named after us, ladies and gentlemen. Those ads are up and running on Gab. Now, if you come across one of these ads on Gab talking about April 30th, click it once. Don't click it more than once. It's not going to make it occur more often for people if you click it more than once. You can click it once. It's going to take you over to the great Luke Mason, Imminent Reign's YouTube channel. Make sure you follow that channel because you're going to want to watch that album release on April 30th when it happens. We will be live streaming it here as well. You could have both streams up at the same time. What I want you to do is I want you to take a screenshot of that ad when you come across it on Gab, and I want you to share it across all of your platforms that you are on. I don't care. You're on TikTok. I want to see I'm on TikTok. I want my Gab ad magnified. Magnify my Gab ad. It's not cheap. So let's get all of the dollars and cents out of it that we can get. Over the course, it will change every week. Make sure that you participate. Screenshot, paste it onto all of your other platforms, onto Telegram, onto whatever gram, into whatever other platform you have to. Copy and paste so that folks can know that this is going to happen April 30th. And Imminent Reign writes this. We're going to be getting into the news in just a moment. I'll pull it up on the screen here. We're going to do a dive. We're going to do a dive into Fox News and the Jesse Watters show, but we're not going to be talking with or to Jesse Watters because Jesse Watters has a stand-in. Nonetheless, there's some pertinent information here. We also have an article about the demons, the anti-white demons that are consecrating their demonic holidays in the blood of white Christians, in the blood of white atheists, in the blood of white people practicing other religions, including older European religions. They are consecrating their evil in our blood, and they are doing it right in our face. We're going to be talking also about the arrests and the sentencing, the conviction of white sympathetic activists doing things the way that they should not be done, that we argue against here. Some of these people are good people. Some of them are bad people. Some of them are implicit. Some of them are explicit. Nonetheless, we have the key. We have the path. We have the way to truth, light, hope, and redemption. And people need to start supping at the fountain of victory if they are going to win the day. We're going to be talking about that, some other things as well. This is what Imminent Reign wants you to know. Quote, I really do want this to be a big deal because Prometheus Rising is a life-changing book. And I feel it gives so much to our folk, a mythology that speaks specifically to the situation we deal with in our own time and encourages the kind of heroic virtues that we need in order to defeat the Gorthang devils, which infest the collective consciousness of our people, to take part in the ferocious deeds of purging our own souls of the poison screeds, anti-white meme pathogens, plus The way you chose to deliver these pertinent truths to our folk through myth, poetry, and florid prose, the likes of which rivals the work of literary giants like Robert E. Howard and H.P. Lovecraft. It's quite an inspiring work, to say the least, and I want to do everything possible to get it into the hands of as many readers as possible, where it will work like a healing spell to get down deep into the subconscious minds of our folk, heal their wounds, and awaken the ancestral spirit within. Close quote. God bless Imminent Reign. Folks, this is how it's done. This is how other communities out there have done this in the past. They don't see what's happening in the past that's working for the well-being of their people. Well-being for their people, and therefore the well-being of their individuals. They don't look at it and say, no, I'm stuck in some antiquated other method and I'm going to stick with that. No, I'm going to go do my own thing. No, I'm going to co-opt some of this and then I'm going to take it over here and I'm going to try to make something else. No, what they do is when their greats see something working in the world, they join their genius, they join their talents, they join their efforts to that thing, and by so doing, make it infinitely greater than it ever could have been without what they were gifted with by our biospirit. Don't let your ego get in the way when you can be a part of the remedy today. God bless Imminent Reign. Let's continue. We're going to be getting to these news items in just a minute. I'll go ahead and put this up on the screen as we are about to hit the bottom of the hour. And we want to show, what do we want to put up on screen? Is that it? Is that the right one? No. Is that the right one? No. Which is the right one? Is that the right one? Yes, it is. We'll go ahead and put that up on the screen right now. We'll blow it up. We're going to see. Maybe we'll blow it up. Come on. Come on. Obey. Obey me or I will hurt you. I will hurt you. We're going to continue. We got a couple more swashbuckling announcements. Maintain that enthusiasm, ladies and gentlemen. Colossal week last week, which began with a meeting. I'm only going to be mentioning this now. We're going to talk about it later in the next segment, so make sure you stick around. Colossal week last week, which began with meeting up with Patrick of Southtown in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday. It was a truly glorious meetup with that champion. He's a wonderful human being. We'll talk more about that. These meetings are very meaningful. We also had, of course, I had coffee with that amazing champion the very next day, flying out to Central Texas and for the glorious conference. And ladies and gentlemen, we will definitely be talking about this conference in the next segment. So make sure you stick around to hear about how fantastically everything went, especially compared when we juxtapose it to the things of the past that continue to march forward like corpses on their legs, the living dead continuing to marching, and we are the new, we are the seed, we are the silver trumpets come to reclaim our destiny. God, it was glorious. I wish you all could have been there. Champions all, conference in Texas, glorious success. We will talk about that in the next segment. We also want to celebrate that I was told by Brent, and it's an amazing thing. It's an absolutely amazing thing that Brent just comes to me, and I have other people coming to me, and they're saying, you're not going to believe this, Jason. You're not going to believe it. Biospirit, the concept biospirit being used everywhere and being used correctly. Ask Brent about it. He witnessed it. Many others are coming to me. You know what's wonderful about this? I was told probably 100 times by people even that, oh, that concept, that's cringe. No one will accept that. Just like no one will accept Western kind. No one will accept anti-whiteism. No one will. Well, biospirit getting accepted, adopted, and used. So suck on that, motherfucker. Suck on that. God bless all these champions. It's because of every single one of you using the concepts that work, using them the way they're meant to be used, that exactly what I said, people would see selfishly, that will work for me. That will work for what's happening to us. That will work to defend us. That will work to put an end to our victimization. And my God, they are. Isn't that amazing? Proof of concept yet again. How many times do I got to be proven right? How many times does Brant have to be proven right? How many times does Franklin have to be proven right? How many times does Ilwanda have to be proven right? How many times do these champs have to get proven right before the world submits to the truth, hope, salvation, and way to the end of our victimization? God bless every single one of you. I want to celebrate the fact, another example of how powerful, and we're about to get into this Fox News item in just one moment, how powerful we are becoming despite the size of our community and despite the fact that we don't have gigantic financial gifters over here. We don't have gigantic financial backing, but yet we are changing the world. There is a woman who calls herself a doctor, and she has spent, maybe she is, I don't know. She has spent a lot of time trying to cut this community into pieces, trying to lure people away from our community to some other method, to some other way that uses concepts from the anti-whites. And she said in the beginning, I still remember these comments when she said this, she would never use our concepts. I remember many of you arguing with this person, never use. And guess what? Starting to use our concepts. Well done, everyone. A sign of the times. You know, when you have a all victories, no losses season, it's time for folks to start sitting up and taking notice. It's time for you to start celebrating yourself, whether they celebrate us or not, like they should be doing. God bless everybody for that. The unrivaled champion Anders, ladies and gentlemen, did something that truly we have to celebrate. We're going to be celebrating it a little bit later when Mr. V calls in, but make sure you keep Anders in mind, and you're going to keep him in mind right now, because his idea and his motivation and the work that he's doing to bring more people into this community continues to be the framework, the matrix for that specific thing. And he shares with us here the scoreboard for the March membership drive. Make sure when we celebrate these people that I'm about to read, that we're celebrating Anders himself as well. First place goes to White Baron. 07s to White Baron, who brought in 6 new folks. Saved, redeemed 6 new people to White Wellbeing. Second place goes to Northern Dawn, bringing in 5 people, almost a tie there, ladies and gentlemen, 5 people to White Wellbeing. He says here, Anders, honorable mention to Vincent for walking a young lad away from villain LARPing and into the Prometheum. And he says also in this context to Mr. V as well. 07s to those champions, raucous emojis. He also, Anders adds here, also much love to Shauna Shaw for holding weekly community chats in the Prometheum and bringing the community together. God bless Shauna Shaw and the work that she's doing here for White Wellbeing. And before we take that very short break, I'm going to mention to you, we're going to talk a little bit later about ensuring that I am financially independent moving forward into the future. We are going to come together. We're going to do that. Over the past 2 roll-in gatherings, I spoke about this briefly, had 2 champions I'm going to celebrate. Biospirit of the West stepped up. Actually, there was another guy too. I don't have his name on the tip of my tongue. Maxima or something like this. And Based White came through. We want to celebrate those chaplains in this swashbuckling segment to get things started. And you know what happens now, folks? 20 seconds. And if you don't like it, you can go free yourself. All right. How the hell are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Ready to get started. Great to see Franklin, Matt, Ivan the Horrible, Hyperborean Dream, NWG Paradigm. Imminent Reign himself is with us, ladies and gentlemen. He has descended from the mountaintops. Graybeard is here. Elaine Sabatino, one of the most powerful secret weapons in our arsenal. Who else do we have? Westman Media is here. Biospirit of the West himself is here. Timmy, great to see you as well. John is here. Foster is here. Azimuth Clark. Who else? I'm sliding along through the champions. Hehe is here. Mimi is here. Great to see you. Southern Bloom, wonderful to see you, sister. Ursa Major, wonderful to see you, sister. Sliding through Promethean Promulgation, a true champion, met him in person. Machiavelli sucks is with us. Let everybody know, folks, we're rocking. Yes, the unifying absolute force of nature. Sometimes I feel when we come together at these gatherings like I am a wizard for the white race, and I have all of these champions, each one of these champions a gladiator in and of themselves, a true hero and champion. I feel like I can just unleash them from under, like from a magical spell that just comes right out from the cloak sleeve out into the world. And as anti-whites appear, I just release them and they shut them down. They destroy them. They wipe them aside. The ant-nats come out, the crutch cult, and they just wipe them aside. Can you tell I'm excited? We're doing great things, ladies and gentlemen. Every sunrise, things get better. The sun might not be in the sky if it's overcast, although it is sunny here today in the once great state of Virginia outside of Mordor in the Potomac. The sun may not be visible through that cloud-strewn sky, but it always shines here in White Wellbeing. Mike is here. Who else? That Graybeard is a cool name. Trigger warning. We're setting off the triggers. Brand Danger. Dean Danger is with us. Met him in person. Awesome man. Who else do we have here? Cool Papa J Magic. Great to see you. Let everybody know in your circles of influence that we're live and we're alive. That's a big difference between what's happening with so many other content creators, organization leaders, is that they might go live, but they're never live because they're just puppets on the ends of strings, that are held by anti-whites of all races on the ends of strings. Well, we're not puppets here. We cut our strings. How does that song go? Wasn't there a Disney song that had something to do with that? Ardent Party is here. Gothic is here. Man, I'm fired up. Thank you so much to Brand Danger for sharing all of these all of the links that I was mentioning, and links I didn't even mention that we need to be sharing. Take a break with no white guilt. And Biospirit of the West says Westman Media, beautiful avatar, the Eindelen. Do you know what the Eindelen is? You should, because it's how we're going to save the West. NWG Paradigm says, I wanted to let everyone know that our lexicon is being age restricted on Twitter. Is that so? Isn't that interesting? Can we find out if others are having this problem with age restrictions using our lexicon on Twitter? Not sure if it's happening elsewhere. Any thoughts on how we can counter this? It's going to have to be changing the spellings a little bit, my brother. But I have started to notice what appears to me to be, and I'm not saying it's the case yet, but we're keeping our eyes open, appears to me to be shadow banning on yours truly. Let's see if it's taking place with any of you who are in service to white well-being. It seems to be an interesting thing. Elon Musk comes along. What did I say? We'll have some months of freedom. Elon Musk comes along. We have some freedom, and then all of a sudden, the Ant-Nat accounts are going through the roof. Those who are spreading love, hope, and redemption to put an end to anti-whiteism and save all of those who live in the West of all immutable characteristics, suddenly shadow banning taking place, or at least it appears to be the case. James is here. Great to see you. Elaine Sabatino celebrating the great sister. All right. Passing out crowns. Pass out crowns, ladies and gentlemen. Pass out crowns to those who are doing good deeds. Pass out crowns to those who are recapturing our destiny. Pass out crowns. Throw gems at their feet. All right. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this news we have here. We're going to talk about the arrests. There have been some arrests, and we're going to get to that in a minute. There have been some arrests. There have been some convictions. Of course, you all know Longshanks has recently been convicted, and he now faces sentencing. You all know who's the other guy? Who's the other guy that we have? What was that guy's name? Mackey? Now facing sentencing. And there was another individual, I'm not going to even say his name, a promoter of violence. So you had here a person who is a promoter of violence to do violence against the United States of America. Truly an asinine idea. Truly a, what was this? Is it the Darwin Awards? Bing, you get it. You get it. No, the guy who put like the rocket on the back of his car that never happened and flew it into the mountain. He doesn't beat you. No, the guy who decided to let the lion have a sniff of his throat. No, he doesn't get it. No, the woman who thought it would be a good idea to drink Drano because she was constipated. No, she doesn't get it. All of you out there who think you're going to be able to do violence and be victorious against the United States of America, you get the Darwin Award. So you had violence, you have educate them with dopey memes and insulting memes and things like this. And then you also have the, just focus and tell jokes, focus on non-whites and tell jokes about them. And that's the way to get it back. And I said, no, none of this is going to work. You know what I was remembering about Ricky Vaughn? We'll talk about that in a bit. But you know what I was remembering about Ricky Vaughn, Mackey? You know what I was remembering? Back when he was doing that, I said, this is really childish. It's actually not going to achieve anything. It's not good to just focus. It's white negative to focus on non-white people. You shouldn't be just constantly all non-white people are not the way that these non-white people are or those non-white people are. And it is immoral, and you don't want to be held responsible for the way you were born, and on and on and on. And you know what people said to me? It happened more than once. He's funny, Jason. You're not. He's funny, Jason. You're not funny. You're not. Okay, well, okay. He's funny. I'm not funny, but let's stop talking about our looks, all right? He's funny all the way to the jail cell while doing no good for anybody. So my heart goes out to him. My heart goes out to him. We're going to be talking about that stuff in a moment. First, we're going to talk about the anti-white demons, and we're going to get right into, why don't we just go ahead and get right into this item right here. Take it away. Stand in for Jesse Waters.
Thank you, Will.
All right, coming up, a trans school shooter killed 6 in Tennessee, and the White House is here to remind us who the real victims are.
Our hearts go out to the trans community as they are under attack right now.
What in the absolute shit? Did you all see this? Did you all see this absolute Muppet that works? Does she not look like a Muppet? This absolute Muppet that works for the White House, the press secretary who has like her binder. She has to read what other people put there for her to read. And very often when she read, and the whole of America is just like, oh, well, I guess we're like in elementary school and we have the retardus from the class and we all just have to sit silently because we'll have to stand against the wall during recess. Like we're getting ready to be machine gunned for not paying homage, not just being polite to this Muppet at the White House, but for not paying homage. Yes, of course, everybody has what their work done for them so they could just read it. And then they read things that don't even apply to the questions. And then we all just have to say, yes, bovine assent. We understand. Thank you, Miss Muppet. Thank you, Miss Muppet. So then we have here, I mean, why not just soak that Stars and Stripes behind her in pig blood? This is the point that we've gotten to. You have this anti-white, and I'm not, anybody who wants to argue that wasn't about anti-whiteism, anybody want to argue that? How about you? Anybody want to argue that this thing that went to the school, killed all those people, wasn't anti-white? I'll burn your ass to the ground. You'll see how quick you get made dumb in public. We'll see how quick you get made stupid in public because you don't know. This is a battle of wits, and you're unarmed when you come compared to me. So anybody want to argue this is about anti-whiteism? This is about the white erasure of white people's norms. And that is what's happening in the United States. This is about full-on hatred of Western kind of white people. The girl, the thing, the it, the imaginary male, the transgender, the transformer, whatever she wants to be. I don't actually know. You look across all of these newspapers, you look across CBS, what are they saying? No, you can't say transgender. What are the anti-whites on YouTube saying? I don't even know. They don't send out like a press release. Hey, content creators on our platform, you're not allowed to say this. You are allowed to say that. So what am I supposed to do? I don't know what we're supposed to call the thing. She's born a girl, hates white people, hates Western civilization, wants to turn everything on its head, goes to a place where white people are the dominant practitioners of the religion. The school is almost entirely white. The one non-white guy who gets shot, he may have been, I don't know the full story. I know people are saying that it was like maybe heroic. Maybe he tried to stop it from happening. And if it was the case, then God bless him. Big salute to that champion. if that's what really happened. But either way, he ended up losing his life in the melee. It could have been like other shootings where anti-whites come to murder white people, and a non-white person here or there accidentally gets killed. And then they say, oh, well, it was about going out there and targeting non-white people, right? This anti-white monster, murderer, terrorist, anti-white terrorist goes to a place of worship, this school, this religious school that's predominantly white, to kill white people, ends up accidentally killing a non-white person in the process. Maybe he was trying to stop her. This thing, this imaginary male is then shot down. And now these anti-whites from the federal government is this really getting through to you? I hope it's getting through to you. And I don't know what I have to do to make sure you fully understand that this is just not another head-shaking moment. They are consecrating an anti-white holiday and worship, kowtowing in the blood of white people, specifically in this case, white Christians. They would, if they had their druthers, the black guy that had all the children wouldn't have gotten shot dead. But they didn't have all their druthers. They have him get shot. They have other people get shot. And what's the response? No day of prayer. No, I mean, we have the place shot up. And I'm all for when people are murdered. I'm all for when there's a mass murder somewhere, if it's worthy of the government, because there are mass murders. White people are mass murdered and nothing is said. There are mass murders of non-white people by non-white people every day in the United States. And I'm not one of these conservative content creator shills that's going to ignore the suffering of white people. And then suddenly my heart cracks open and I bleed everywhere for non-white people suffering. I bleed the same for all people suffering. There are non-white people who are getting shot up. They're in the game. They're in the gang game. They're in this to drug and to hoe and to rob and to steal and everything. So when you run with the wolves, as the Italians say, don't trip. So they're in the game. I get it. But you know what? There wouldn't be gang banging in Western civilization if white people's norms hadn't been white erased. You hear me? Are you hearing me clearly? There wouldn't be gang banging. There wouldn't be a way for these people to be in this gang of hoeing and shooting and all of that if Western norms and standards had not been white erased. So there are mass shootings every single day you don't hear about. If there's a mass shooting and it rises to the level of the country, from the government, from the very top of the government, and it's titular with the corpse in chief in office. I get it. It's titular. So you're saying, well, he's not really in charge. No shit. He's not in charge of his bowel movements. That's all done with medication. That's all done. I'm sure he has a stool groomer as well because he can't handle that. Okay, I get it. But titularly, he is the head of the government of the United States. And this Muppet with a hand up her ass and somebody working it just like this, a hand up her ass, somebody working it, is the mouthpiece. This is the mouth of Sauron. Okay, this is the Actually, she's not much better looking than the mouth of Sauron in the movie. Somebody should find that. They should send it to me as a DM on Twitter, the mouth of Sauron, and then I will share it over the course of this gathering so we can compare. We can say who wore it better. Did this woman wear it better? Did the mouthpiece at the White House wear it better? Or did the mouth of Sauron wear it better? This is the mouth of Sauron. From that pinnacle of leadership, from that pinnacle of authority, are you beginning to understand? From the pinnacle of authority, white people, and yes, they're Christians, but do you think it would be any different if this born girl, imaginary male, her pronouns are were and was, if this thing, murderer, terrorist, anti-white terrorist, had gone to a white community center and gunned down a bunch of people at the community center, white people, do you think the White House would have responded differently? Do you think the White House would have said the pinnacle of authority in the West? This is not just America's pinnacle of authority. This is the pinnacle of authority for the West. Do you think that titularly, I get it, and that has all the meaning there because it's symbolism. Do you think that they would say, oh, we actually are mourning for everybody at that school or everybody at that rather community center, And we're not going to immediately celebrate transgender as the substance of our souls, as the definition of our soul. Do you really think that? It could be it could be like an atheist retreat, a bunch of good white people, atheists, and they are at a retreat and they're learning about scientific things, and they're learning about like me, they love the birds, they love the nature, they're naming the trees, they love the butterflies, and they're gunned down. Do you think the White House would have said, we're going to have a day of mourning? We're not going to create a holiday to consecrate that holiday in the blood of those who were just slain. We're not going to do it. No, of course they would have done it. This is about killing white people. This is about killing their soul, killing our spirit, killing our flesh, killing our psychology, killing us emotionally. This is about white erasure. It is about the victimization of Western kind, and I will take on anybody that says otherwise, and I will embarrass you, and then I will have to apologize to your mother for making you look like a fool. So please don't make me do that. I will do it, but don't make me do that. I'm looking sharp today, goddammit. You love it too. You love it. This is the way a man of the West is supposed to talk, think, act, look, be. Not sexually confused. I have no confusion here. Don't have to live in the basement of the parents' house. I don't have to live, but I'm going to finish up my point. We're going to get back to this. Jean, Paris, Camille, blah, 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 blah. We're going to get back to this woman, Mouth of Sauron, probably her younger sister. And you know, most of the time when you have siblings, it's like the younger they get, the better looking. So that says a lot about this one. But let's talk more about that. If there's a mass shooting and it rises to the level of the country having to mention it, then there should be a mourning that is the same for every group, whether it's people who are attracted to people of the same sex, or whether it's people who are of this race or that race. There should be a mourning for the lives lost. Just like if there is a tornado that knocks out tons of people, or a hurricane that knocks out tons of people. But nothing, not only nothing, nothing in the sense of mourning, nothing in the sense of loss, nothing in the sense of tears shed. No, the corpse and chief actually was able to get a little chuckle to come out of his mouth, a little chuckle to come out when he's like, white Christians? White Christians? Is that what got slaughtered? Oh, well, why is it this way? Why is it this way? Is there a double standard here? No, there's no hypocrisy. This is perfectly in keeping from continuity, from this step to that step for anti-whites. There's no double standard. Stop thinking that they're functioning by your morality or your ethics or your norms. They have a completely different world that you are forced to live in. And if you continue to live in that world, rather than taking our hand and coming out to the story where we are the heroes, you are not going to be able to save yourself, much less those you care about. What does this Mouth of Sauron have to say?
This is a president who has said many times before he has their backs.
President has their backs. Whose backs? The white people? No, of course not.
Some people
we got a
say
commercial?
the metaverse will only be virtual.
What do we got a commercial for?
But firefighters entering a burning house will one day save time when lives are on the line.
How so? Oh, okay, here we go.
Visualizing it.
There we go. There's the, what the hell? There we go. There's the doctor, as it always is the case. Here we go. I grew up. This is how anti-white propaganda works. Here comes the non-white doctor. Of course, there are non-white doctors. There are wonderful non-white doctors all over the place. But the propaganda, and the reason why every time I think judge, I think black woman. The reason why every time and when it's not black woman, it's black male. The reason why I think doctor, the vast majority of the time, the first image in my mind is non-white person, is because throughout news and entertainment media, they show in the commercials, it's non-white doctors telling white people, in many cases, how to get better, how to feel better. They're here to save you. Don't you understand? That, my friends, is propaganda. And you want to know whether or not the opposition or your friend out there in the world would agree with you? You want to know whether or not? You just say, well, let's reverse it. Let's say that all the doctors on the commercials are whites helping non-white people. Would they be okay with that? And you know damn well they would say, well, no, that's propaganda. All right, well, then you are an anti-white mother, and that's the problem in our conversation here. All right, so look here. This is, well, with the science we have now, with the tech we have now, wonder where that came from. Wonder where all that science and tech came from. Wonder where those things were invented. But with that now, in the future, we're really going to be able to do some doctoring.
Patient's most recent scan will help.
Oh, look at that. It looks like fucking Star Trek. That's what it looks like. It's Star Trek. Oh, I'm just going to... And there it is. Are you kidding me? Oh, well, thank God. Thank God. I guess she probably brought this tech from the country her parents or whatever came from.
Speed up decision making.
I can draw a circle. I could draw a circle around the knee joint. Everything's going to be fine with you. Okay, now here we have the, what is this, the classroom. What's going to happen in
And
the
while the woolly mammoth is still extinct,
oh, sure.
that doesn't mean students can't.
You know what's going to happen now? It's going to be, well, you know why the DC schools, they don't, you know why they're not doing as well? Is because they don't have the $15,000 a student headsets to promote their learning. Like they fucking want to do any learning. Are you kidding me? Have you been to DC schools? Have you been? I played them in sports. Do you have any idea? Yeah, I think there's plenty of other things they would like to be doing with that sort of tech.
Take field trips to visit them. The metaverse may be
virtual, the metaverse. Oh, you could just pet the woolly mammoth. Oh, the metaverse. You could pet the woolly mammoth. None of that's going to happen.
Came from,
oh, great. Here we go.
It gives you a sense of this is.
Can anybody hear me talking over this lame commercial or this lame commercial? Here goes. What is this? Is this like a family tree?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my gosh. Wakanda. No, it's actually a lovely, actually right there. That's a lovely looking woman. Probably has a great
hungry
story.
For more. And then you're just like, wow, I'm learning.
Wait a second. What happened there? The woman in the photograph, the older photograph, the black and white photograph, she looked like healthy. She looked like she was probably fit. What happened to her descendants?
About my family.
Which one would you find?
Look at the descendants.
In Macomb, Michigan.
They're like waded right up out of the Nile River. Like with like seaweed in their mouths.
Hey, Grandma. Unbelievable.
Everybody deserves.
Look at how happy Grandma looked. What the hell?
To know who they are and where they came from.
Oh.
This whole journey.
You know what? This family right here is chock full of white DNA. Slave owners.
It's been such a huge gift for our family.
Reparations. They're going to be the first to pay reparations. Let's get me some reparations.
You may have missed this, but yesterday, hundreds of anti-gun activists stormed the tin.
All right, I got to stop right there, this goober P. This, oh man, his tie is beautiful. I like the tie and the shirt with that jacket. That's nice. That's nice. I'm going to have to go get this combo when I ever get money. Look at, that's beautiful though. The blue jacket. There are plenty of things I go out and I look at and I think, man, I would have that if it were, you know, if I had the money that I could put things, I could have things. Don't do this if you don't have the money for this. You could have things, you'd be like, I could wear that like 3-4 times a year. I would do it. Nice things. But otherwise, you got to buy things that you can wear more regularly. So get something nice that you can wear regularly, right? With many different shirts, many different, like this blue jacket, maybe not many things could go with it. That shirt is gorgeous. The shirt is gorgeous. The tie with that shirt, I'm loving it. You know what would be really nice? I can't tell with this lighting is if it's not red and black, but red and dark blue. Could you imagine? Let's go. Let's roll. He says here, anti-gun. They're not anti-gun. They're anti-what? Self-defense. Why do we have to go so long? Do you all remember? Do you all know that Fox News one time? Fox News shared the after party. Me and Jared George were live. Do you remember that? What's going on with Fox News these days? They just can't get it right. It's almost like they want to get it wrong. It's almost like anti-whites are in charge and they want to get it wrong. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. I can hear the crutchers over there already. They're shaking their crutches. I know what it is over there. Yeah, it's anti-whites. Get off that crutch. Get off that crutch or you're going to need a proctologist.
Tennessee State Capitol building over the school massacre committed by a trans shooter earlier this week.
A school massacre. No, white people were massacred. White people were massacred by an anti-white terrorist. Now, you see, when he says this, this is important. This is a learning opportunity. Millions of white people adopt what he says. There was a school massacre, a school killing. Oh, really? How old was the building? How exactly was it killed? It disassociates. They disassociate. This is psych warfare. They disassociate our victimization. It's the same thing with grooming gangs, groomers. If you really want to say groomer, say pedo groomer. Pedo groomer. Say pedo groomer. That brings your attention and the subconscious mind to what is actually being groomed for, prepared for. If you just say groom, your subconscious mind, the mind that controls your life, is thinking of every other context because it doesn't associate it. Here's an example for those who are, I know they're midwits that might be listening. Did you grow up with the word sucks being something that you said and it meant something was lousy, but adults freaked out? Why? Because Jason is right. Let's roll.
And as you'd expect, they went berserk.
They went berserk. Look at the mob out there. Look at this one right here in the white. Can you see my cursor? Look at this one right here in the white hoodie. I mean, first of all, shouldn't be in a hoodie, right? He's already like risking it in a hoodie. How many don't wear the hoodie jokes have to be made by comedians? Don't wear the hoodie. This guy's like, I'm in on the hoodie. I'm in. And then you got this one here. Isn't this one here with like an actual broom hairdo that was actually like shorn off of one of those old style brooms and then glued to its head? I don't know what it is. And then you got this. Look at this one over here in the baseball cap with the flat brim. That's a winner. That's a winner if I ever saw one. And then, of course, what do we have right here? The media to get all of it. Media right here to get all. How are these police being mean to the terrorists, to the anti-white terrorists? Hey, and here's something else. Since we object to anti-whiteism and anti-whites, it's very easy then to pick out, oh, these are the anti-whites. It doesn't matter what race they are. Doesn't matter how big or slim they are. Doesn't matter what religions they practice. They're bastards. They are there to object to white erase. That's what they are there for. Please take this argument to your friends and family and strangers. They are there to white erase. What are they white erasing? What is it that they're white erasing? The right to self-defense given us by white men. White men. Down on your knees and thank the white men. You got down on your knees to apologize for something you never did because of your white guilt. Down on your knees, bitches. Down on your knees and thank the white men. You can begin with me. Down on your knees. I want to see the wringing of hands. I want to see the entire crowd down on both knees. This one knee garbage. Down on both knees to thank white men. Hey, white bitches out there, down on your knees too. You're not getting out of it. Thank the white men. You have the West because of it. At least that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Maybe you should check with CNN because maybe I got it wrong. I'm sure it came out of, some hovel in the Middle East somewhere, Western civilization. But this is what they want to get on video, is the anti-white mob who is there to white erase the right to self-defense, one of those norms, one of those expectations, one of those elements of mores in the West that come from us. You know where it comes from? Right here. That's where it comes from. That's where it comes from. And they are there to white erase it. And when they destroy it, they want to turn it on its head. And you have just like that sink Uyghur, garbage disposal Uyghur, garburator Uyghur, who says he hates white people so much. And this, my friends, is something I've predicted over the years, is they'll take the right to self-defense away from you and your white ass. And look at your white wife over there. And what about that white son? They're going to take the right to self-defense from all of them, but they're going to give weapons to these people. It's going to be totally legitimate for them to have the right to self-defense. And the self-defense, as you can see, came right from, are you getting it yet? Are you seeing how I'm stringing it together? Right from the federal government this week that said, slaughter white people and we will use their blood to bring in your holiday. Everybody is getting this message on a psycho-spiritual level. Everyone is getting this message across all of Western civilization on a psycho-spiritual level. Murder and the blood is used as sacrifice for the new holiday, for the new worship of anti-whiteism. Irrespective of whether or not, this is totally, and in all seriousness, irrespective of whether or not there are individuals out there who are confused about the body that they're in, which I would say is a state that you really need help. You don't need me to entertain what you might be thinking you are inside that body today. I have genuine compassion. If you're confused about what you are, then you genuinely need help. And I'm not even saying lock you up with psychotropics or any of that garbage. I'm saying you genuinely need care and assistance. If that's the level that you are at, you don't even know. You know, there are people in this world that achieve just unbelievable success. Why? Because they have intelligence, they have ingenuity, they have drive. They might not even have high intelligence, but one of the main reasons they're able to go out and achieve success is because they have great health, because they don't have flus getting them down, because they don't have a neurological problem, because they're not caught up in some sort of sexual fetish, or they're not, because there aren't things that are complicating them that they have to deal with first before they can get out into the world and try to succeed. And I have sympathy for everyone, because we all that has to deal with that, because we all have to deal with it, don't we, to some degree or another. But you find so many of the people who do so well in the world, like business, not by way of a chance, not by way, of, they showed up at some event and some movie maker saw the person and decided to hire them, whatever it is. Those who are able to go out there and again with business or acumen or whatever it might be, succeed. They have great health. They're out of the hospitals. They're not in the doctor's offices. They're able to put all of their attention on success, on their goals, on their objectives. If you are in a state, if you're one of these sad people and you are looking in the mirror and you're like, I'm not me. I'm not what I see in the mirror. I'm not what I see between my legs. I'm not. If you are in that state, my God, you definitely need help. You definitely need people to come to your aid. And that's my position. Because if they got to deal with that first, they're not going to be able to do anything in the world. They're not going to be able to achieve anything in the world. There are going to be countless obstacles in your life. And if you can't get past this one, if this is the one you're stymied by, what body you're in, you don't have a chance in hell. And then you're going to have anti-whites who say, this is a good opportunity to use you to use your confusion as a weapon against white people. It's a great opportunity. And then we're going to blow it up into a holiday. And then we're going to blow it up into celebrating and worshiping this challenge of yours. And that's all it is for these folks. I mean, talk about not being able to get started. And then you can't blame me for it. I got my own troubles. I got my own falling short of optimal state that I got to deal with. And you got all the problems in the world as well. But they want to take these folks many of whom are confused. And any of my statements about any of these individuals doesn't apply to the totality, because there are going to be exceptions to any generality. So it doesn't apply to the totality of these people. But there's certainly folks out there. Obviously, the anti-white terrorist murderer was one of them that were just so confused, so psychotic, so rabidly anti-white that they committed the act that he or she or it or was born a she, imaginary male, committed. And this is what it's come to. Look at them hanging on this police officer. If you or I touched a police officer, a state trooper like this, they would beat the living piss out of us. They would absolutely be merciless. We all know that's the reality. We're not complaining about it. I'm just talking about a reality here. I'm talking about a reality that we have to deal with. And then we don't stop there. We don't say, God, it's so unfair that we are treated this way and they're treated that way. Well, let's go home and we'll talk about the same shit tomorrow. No, we say, how do we get around this? Look at all these screaming. No, well, they're not right there. Boy, look at this one. Whoa, hound. Woo! Who let the dogs out? Oh, 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 who let the dogs out? Man, no wonder that thing is pissed off. Look at this girl right here. No wonder she's angry. This is what they did. They just went out and they found a bunch of girls on their periods. And they were like, hey, you want to come down to the State House? You want to come down to the State House? Head on down to the State House. And why, motherfucker? Why? Well, because there's some men down there you'll be able to yell at. They get down there and it's like whipping up a dog before a dog fight. In this case, it's just make sure she's on her period. Make sure she's ready to roll. And then look at this hero here. Whoa. But you notice how many white females there? What is going on? I have big feelings. My feelings. I'm having so many feelings. So therefore they're right. You know, you and your feelings. That's what I have to say. You and your feelings. And you know what we're going to do? When we recapture our destiny, girls like you, there'll be some public displays. There'll be some very lit public displays for girls like you. And then all the other ones out there will learn. No, when you have those childish urges to throw a tantrum, honey, it's not going to be tolerated. It's not going to, it's almost like I want to do things like the stereotypical Southern way. It's like, oh, really? In fact, I might be related. I mean, you could ask around. I might be related to people who in the past may have publicly spanked women. I might be related to that. I'm just saying. And maybe things like that might be necessary. And you know, the amazing thing here is that probably 3/4 of these women that are all fired up and they just want to scream and shout and make a fool of themselves, probably 3/4 of them just totally got excited. The other ones just have to be burned at the stake. Here's Hoodie, man. Here's Hoodie. What's that guy's name? What was the Hispanic guy's name? Somebody give me the Hispanic guy's name. What was it, down in North Carolina? Remember they were calling him white? And they went and they took his photograph and they were like, let's just whiten that. We'll just whiten that baby up and we'll say he's a white man. It's a white man. Oh, what? Too many people are onto it. Call him a white Hispanic. He's a white Hispanic. What? He's not. They're not even buying that. What was that guy's name? Somebody knows. Give me some coffee. Zimmerman. You know what's going to happen in a minute? We're going to see Zimmerman tackle this Hoodie guy. Zimmerman's going to peel on this. He's like, gah! Throw him to the ground. Then right then and there, it's going to be like Fox News, ABC, CNN. They're going to be like, the white man is back. The white man came back. He had a hoodie on. And then you know what's going to happen? It doesn't matter that this guy is like 6 feet tall and like 250 pounds, and his hands are his weapons. They're going to be like, well, look at this picture when he's 14 months old. Look at him when he's 14 months. 14 months old. He had such high hopes. He was going to be an astronaut. He was going to be the first astronaut with a hoodie. Oh, okay. She's obviously holding up that a number one finger. She wants the law enforcement here to know that they are number one. Oh, and of course we have here more. This is a professional journalist right there. Look at that piece of shit. Look at this anti-white garbage right here. He wants to maybe a state trooper is getting yanked, is getting throttled by one of these anti-white terrorists, and he grabs their hand and he's got an angry look on his face. This piece of shit is going to be what takes the photo and then what puts it up on CNN and MSNBC and New York Times and everything like that. Pay up, New York Times on Twitter. Pay up! Is that what it's the New York Times? Pay up, baby. You got to pay to be on there.
After a standoff with police in the halls of the Capitol building.
Look at these. Look at all these little girls. I feel feelings. I feel feelings. You know what else you're going to feel? Oh, I like that.
Activists then managed to break into an active legislative chamber.
Okay, look at this. Right now, they're talking about down there in Tennessee that there were Democrat, radical anti-white, so not anti-white light Republicans, but anti-white Democrats. You know what? Actually, that's actually a good thing. People talk about voting for the lesser of two evils. You're going to vote Republican. Just say you're going to vote for radical anti-white or anti-white light. Which are you voting for? Because in both cases, you're getting anti-white. Could you imagine if we got all white people to say that? You're going to be voting anti-white light this year? Yeah, I think so. Anti-white light this year. Okay, sounds good. You know that's anti-white, right? Yeah. The kids will figure it out. Even when the adults are not, these Zoomers are going to be having kids, and the kids are going to be like, you all are totally retarduses. It's anti-white. Do you know what you're saying? So the Democrats were in there, and they're saying, legislators down there are saying that the Democrat legislators were facilitating a riot to put pressure. Folks, this is not new. I want you to realize, you can look back in the history. You can look about how the Black Panthers took over the state house. This has happened numerous times with firearms. With firearms, they went in. You know how many holes they would put in me? You know me, I'd never find my ass. They'd put so many bullet holes in me, I'd never find my ass if I got anywhere near a state house with a firearm. That's what they would do. So why do we share that? Not for the double standard. We don't say there's a double standard and then think that we've done anything. Isn't that right, Darth Vader? What do we actually do? What do we actually do? We point out that the reason why I would be filled with holes is because I object to anti-whiteism. The reason why the Black Panthers and the reason why these little anti-white terrorists, they're all anti-white terrorists. Black Panthers, all these folks, anti-white terrorists. You got it? You say that, it's uniform, it's easy to communicate, and it serves our well-being. Why talk at this point if you're not serving our well-being? The reason why they are allowed to do that is because they want to inflict injury on Western kind by white erasing us, by white erasing our norms, by biologically white erasing us. Is this finally starting to click? It goes right into place. You know, like spider gears in transmission. Do you ever open up a transmission? Guys out there, real guys out there. You ever looked into a transmission, open a transmission, and you got all these gears, and there are different types of gears. Some go like this, but not much anymore. Most of them go like this for friction purpose, all right? They work very well like this. Thank you, white men. Thank you, white men. Get on your knees, bitches. Thank the white man near you. Thank the white man near you. They go like this. Oh, it's how your car goes. It's how the planes work, dumbasses. Thank the white men. They go like this. When you use the go free method, everything that you're looking at in the world fits together perfectly. You don't like what I'm saying? It's probably, if you're a male and you don't like what I'm saying, it's because you don't have a penis. If you're a female and you don't like what I'm saying, it's because you wish you had a penis dangling, not because you want one to play with, because you wish you had one on your body. You hate that you have to sit to piss. I get it. But all the other guys out there and the women out there, the real men out there are hearing what I have to say, and they're like, holy shit, this makes perfect sense. I fucking love this guy, No White Guilt. That's what the real men of the West are saying. And the real women of the West right now, they're either playing the banjo or they're thinking about it. All right, let's watch. No action, no peace. The action I would give right now is chucking their little asses out. Well, some of them actually got quite big asses. I mean, if you look at some of these broads, that's how they get that name. All right. It's like, how do they get an ass like this? They would get chucked out. We would have a competition. We would have a powerlifting shot put competition. How far can you hurl these fat anti-white bitches out of the state house? Action. That's what we're going to have. This is terrorizing. You know, these people who are elected, I want you to look down. Can you see like this one where I'm pointing right there? Look at this old guy. He's white capped. He's fat. He's got his white jacket on. Look at these people. These are state legislators. They're just like average folks. You know how easy it is to look at this one right here. You know how easy it is to scare them? These are not like Golden Gloves, all right? These are not like Golden Gloves fighters. And they're in the ring and they're like, no action, no peace. I'll beat your ass, bitch. They're not thinking that. They're scared. Do you understand? The anti-whites are allowing them to be terrorized. That means that these folks, even though you voted for them so that they would do things like protect your right to self-defense, they will cave. Do you understand? The system is anti-white. You can't just complain about it. You can't just say all the bad things that are happening and where it came from, who's behind it, and where it's going to go. It'll just get worse and worse. You're not able to know what's coming and somehow avoid it. You have to go free and use this very simple, straightforward method to recapture your destiny, mine, our white baby's destiny. You can't let college age and high school age anti-white terrorist bitches show up at the state house in over 1,000 of them. Did you see the aerial photographs? And think everything's going to be okay. You also can't go there. Don't listen to the people that are talking about violence. Don't listen to the people, oh, well, let's go out there and we'll just actually fight them. No, you idiots. The guns are held by the people that are allowing these. The force is held by the people that are allowing them in the state house to terrorize people. You don't have to be as smart as me. You don't have to be as intelligent as me. You just have to obey me. You have to use the concepts in your thoughts, in your language, in your literature, in the battles that matter, with your friends, with your family, where they can't bring force against you. I have figured it out for you. Yeah, it sucks. I'm still alive. And many of you are so jealous, you're going to have to wait until I'm dead before you're finally like, that was a great guy. I love his statue. I will fight to the death for what he had to say. But I'm still here, and thank God I am. Because there are a lot of challenges to come. You're going to go ahead and have to live with the reality that you're George Washington, you're Patrick Henry, you're Stonewall Jackson, you're whatever you want to call it. Your Charles Martel has to be living for us to win. Get over it. No action, no peace. Look at this little bitch right here. Don't you dare call her a Karen. That is an anti-white slur. Do not use anti-white slurs. That's a beautiful white woman name. But look at this bitch right here. Foul demon. She's got horns under there. She's got a tail. She probably does have a tail. And she's secured it a very disgusting way. Look at, there's another one. Enough is enough. Yeah, it is. Bend over. Yeah, it is. Bend over, bitch. Why can't we just be men? If you're going to be a man, use what works. You don't even have to, in other periods in history, I got to talk to the guys for a moment. I'm talking to the guys for a moment. Are you listening to me? In other periods in history, when your legitimate leaders came to you, like I'm coming to you now and have been for decades, when they came to you, you had to do things like march off to conflict and have limbs blown off. You had to watch your friends have their limbs blown off. I have a way that you can win, and all you have to risk is that some little bitch might say, "You're racist." And that's why you run and want to do things like show up and want to fight a mob at a state house, because you're too afraid to get into the face of one of these foul little gremlins and to say, "You're an anti-white bitch," when she says racist. You're afraid of it because you are a bitch. So put your pants on. We're going to have some lessons, I'm afraid. Put your pants on. Use what works. And combat these gremlins, these gargoyles, with the only tools that work anywhere. And that's the concepts we wield in service to white well-being. It's psychological warfare. Why did you ever think you were going to win? And you have these people talking about all of these other, it's going to be World War III. Oh, no, it's World War IV, I actually think. I think it's World War V. Well, what about fifth generation warfare? I think this is maybe seventh generation underwater basket weaving warfare. Let's talk more about that before we ever actually do anything. Make sure you get your super chats in as well. Make sure you give another 700,000 before you commit suicide, as we talk about how everything is horrible in the world. And then we scapegoat another group of humanity. Why don't we do that? No, why don't we win? And the anti-whites are shadow banning us. That's just going to be the way. You're going to have to bust through those out there who are too afraid, too numbnuts, too crutch cult, to Antag, to Ant Nat, to do the right thing and keep getting in the way. Enough is enough.
Isn't there's a word for this? And
this is lame. I actually saw this little moment right here. This poor guy, he's like, there's a word for it. I don't know what it is. He wants to say insurrection. But what he doesn't understand is the vast majority of his audience are white people with a 90 IQ. They're not going to get it, whatever your name is. Also ran. Listen, also ran. Listen, also ran. Listen. Also ran. They're not going to understand. He does it like in the next segment or something. He's like, oh, insurrection. That's what it was.
I've heard it. People say it a lot. What is the word?
He's owning the libs. He's owning the wokies. We're them wokies out there. Them wokies. I would not, don't doubt for a moment that conservative content creators and their most unfortunate low IQ percentage of their followers are going to invent the character of the baby Ewok that's a wokie. Look at the wokies. The wokies are coming. You watch. Now that I said it, I just spoke it into reality. All those 70 IQs out there are going to be like, oh, I've got an idea. We'll own them by wearing Ewok costumes.
I'll see if I can come up with it. Protesters were seen in that Capitol building holding up, by the way, 7 fingers in the air.
Okay, before I absolutely lose it over the 7-finger thing. That's how many they fit in, by the way. These perverted anti-white scum, they're like, 7 fingers is where we get started, baby. And then it's just fists from there. 7 fingers is only the beginning. Nasty mother. Nasty. Maybe I should just go there. I'm already irritated. Okay, who thinks, one's in the chat, if you think that his wife dressed him. Does he actually know? I mean, he kind of revealed a little bit of some, I don't know. So far, Did his wife dress him? Number 2, if you think Fox dressed him, did Fox News dress him? I love the outfit. Can forget about it. Nothing is good here except for this outfit so far. I love it. Actually, the guy has some nice blue eyes, but his outfit is just, I love it. Yeah, wife dressed him. How sad. So true. Wife was like, honey, listen, honey, everybody knows you as also ran. So we want you to make a name for yourself. I'm dressing you today. And he's like, okay.
Screaming 7 lives, as in 7 victims of that shooting. Remember, 6 victims were killed by...
Okay, yeah, this is so... Look at all these. Again, I wish I didn't have to say, we have in service to white well-being, we have white women that a few times I've noticed, they actually float across the floor. They are so marvelous. We have wonderful white women in service to white will. Other white sympathetic communities, not so much. I'm sorry to say. Some, and really they're just in transition to coming here. Okay. We've got wonderful, beautiful, they're physically beautiful, intellectually beautiful, morally beautiful. We've got the best white women, and we just keep gleaning them from the population. It's wonderful. But look at this. It's like, I have feelings, and let me vote. No, that's the problem. You vote with your feelings. Feelings are not thinking, Cupcake. Don't you understand yet? Feelings are not thinking. You are emoting. This is all about emoting. Put it into your vocabulary. Sick and tired of gynocentrism. Guys out there, you better stop putting females at the center of your world. You are supposed to. The woman you're with, you love her. She's yours. You take care of her. She's yours. She is not yours. She's yours. Does that make sense? She's not yours. She's yours. This is why we have this. So what happens there when it comes to anti-whiteism? It's so easy to take these people up like with a Hoover vacuum. They're like rabbit turds in your carpet. That's effectively what these white females are. They are like rabbit turds in your carpet, and you have one of these like cyclone sucking masterpiece vacuums. They can suck meat right off a chicken bone. And it's just hoovering these things up. And it says, it doesn't matter. This is how it works. It doesn't matter. They learn their whole lives how victimized everyone is because of the white race. Now, white people, individuals, they're not the white race. I know I've come across people who don't seem to get this. And it's obviously an IQ thing. And we're just like, in Western civilization, it's just like, every 10 years, it's like another 3 IQ points until we get to the Zoomers. And they're mostly just like, that's really what a Zoomer is now. Not all of them. I get it. But that's really where they've gotten. Okay. This is what's happened to the white race. So white individuals are also victimized by the white race. And the white race can be you. It can be any of those white individuals at any moment and not at any moment. That's how these individuals, these white individuals, are able to feign that they are not part. And it's because they're trying to run away from that identity. Does this make sense yet? And if it doesn't, just stop thinking, please, or stop emoting, please. You've got to get on board. The train is rolling. It's rolling now. Actually, it's like one of them big farm wagons. Have you ever seen these videos where it's got like 40 Clydesdales? I shit you not. Thank you, white men. Before white men built machines for our farming, white men seriously had farm equipment. I didn't even think this was true until I saw it. I read about it and I was like, you got to be shitting me. Nobody can do that. Have you seen a Clydesdale? Have you seen one of these massive plow horses? What do you mean? One of those things you got strapped up. controlling that thing is a superhuman feat. And they got like 20, 30 strapped to farm equipment, pulling them across the landscape so that your pathetic ass can eat. Thank you, white men. I didn't even think it was possible. I'm wrong. You know why I look this good today? Because you know where? I am beyond the matrix. I am beyond the matrix. When it comes time to leave, when it comes time at the end of the show, you know what I do? I just lift this to my head and I'm like, gone, out of the matrix again. And then I'll come back. I'll appear somewhere again. I'll be slick as all shit. I'll come out of a car that has a suicide door and I'll slide right out of that baby, right back into civilization, where we are taking the show back from these anti-white machines. And you're looking at them right here. You think they're any different just because they're made out of blood and sinew and guts and disgusting bleeding parts? Do you know why? There's no difference. They're just like any silicone-based machine, metal-based machine. It's the same thing. You can program that just like you program any machine. This is just another form of machine. They've been doing it for a long time. Look at all these things. So they got the 7. So they learned from, this is how good I am. I can make like 7 arguments and come back to the one. Note that I just used 7. Come back to the one that I started with. They learn from infancy that everybody is victimized, especially non-white people, but everybody is victimized by the white race. And as a consequence, it doesn't matter how many white people, and at the same time, everybody's victimized, and white people are so evil, etc., over the course of their lives that they have in their minds developed a value on white people that is rock bottom. I mean, it's worse. You thought rock bottom was bottom? Well, there's a basement to it. And that's where they put the value of white lives. Does that make sense? So it doesn't matter. There could have been 600 people killed, and they would still, white people killed, and they would still be talking about the shooter. That's what this is about. This is when they're holding up 7, and you notice some of them actually get the math wrong. I love it. It's just hilarious. But you know what? Then also they're like, well, that math stuff, that's racist. And then you have people show up and they're like, well, don't let them do that. Well, and then I'm happy to say, that's white erasure, right? That's why we got to stop it. Bing, bing. That's how we run the show. We know what's going on in this world. Turn on that AC unit. That's how hot I am. That's how hot I am. And I'm even sitting in a chair fully clothed, and I'm still this hot. 7 fingers. It's not for 7 victims. It's the 7th that they're concerned with. Make no mistake about it. Don't let them mislead you. Don't let some devious anti-white say, well, we're worried about all the victims. And then you get into a conversation about, well, is the shooter a victim? I mean, this seems like it's wrong. No, this is pure, unadulterated anti-whiteism. And their only concern is for the anti-white terrorist. It's not about, please, don't make this mistake. I got to live in this same world that you do. Please stop making this mistake. It's not about somebody who's transgender. It's not about a person having that issue. It's not about a biological female that believed herself to be a male and wanted to identify as a male and wasn't. That's not what it's about. It's about anti-whiteism. It's about white erasing an expectation for what you are. That's what it's about. And we are not going to fix this until we call a spade a spade.
One shooter, a trans-identified shooter who was not in any way a victim in this shooting.
And that's exactly where it is. You know what, Kim, for saying that? That's not going to benefit white people. It's not going to benefit black people. It's not going to benefit Jewish people. It's not going to save our countries. It's not going to restore all that's being taken away from us. They just want to talk about transgenders. That's the easiest thing in the world. Everybody can throw punches at the transgenders. Great. Good for you, buddy. Good for you also, Ran. This is about anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism. I feel like, you know what you need? Like a seal doing like the flipper back and forth across his face like as a cartoon.
Shooting, and yet there she is, counted among the 7.
No, and there he got it wrong. She's not counted among the 7. The 7th is what these anti-whites care about. Now, of course, you ask CNN. They'll tell you something probably different.
Which is really what they've been doing all week. The Daily Mirror tweeted out saying the following: school shooter Audrey Hale could have been a children's illustrator.
Ooh.
As their artwork was.
How would you like somebody to be your children's illustrator that is thinking this sort of shit? That's what I want. That's what I want. I want to have like a whole slew of babies, and I want the children's illustrator to be somebody who is even a hair inclined to murdering white people is way off the charts. Even a hair inclined to being anti-white, way off the charts, no. But they're like, you could have just been your illustrator. Imagine how whimsical and childlike. I mean, how do you define whimsical and childlike these days? I guess it's another white erasure of our definitions of our language. One of our many beautiful languages, English language, truly magnificent language. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You can mail letters to me of gratitude for the English language. Whimsical and childlike, gore and blood of white people spilled for miles to be seen by all and celebrated, consecrating our new anti-white holidays that will be spoken into the ether and reality from the White House in the mouth of Sauron, and the corpse himself will come down animated by nothing but evil spirits drawn up from turds of sheep. It will be wonderful.
Whimsical and childlike. No reports on whether or not the Mirror was also running a feature profile on Hitler's painting career.
And then already we go right to Hitler. Typical conservative. What's that called again? What's the law? What's the law when it says it's always going to end up talking about Hitler? It's always going to end up, and that's why the Go Free method is so much better. Do you want to have a conversation? Do you want to have conversations? Do you want to reject conversations about Hitler? Go free. Do you want to say, you know what, yourself with your conversations about the past? I don't care. I don't care who that was. I don't care what you think he did or didn't do. I care about white people and white babies today in America and UK and Germany and Italy and etc. today. Do you want to get past that conversation? This is another also ran conservative saying, I just owned them. I owned them by I am more their values than they are. I am more their principles than them. He's going to go home. He's going to go home to that wife. And did you see I was more anti-white than the Antiwhites? Ha ha. Are you going to let me sleep in the bed tonight? No. Shut up. That's actually the tone of her voice and the pitch. She's a manly woman. She's a manly. You know, it's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong when your wife is like, shut up. The dog is in the bed.
Section of the newspaper. CBS allegedly banning their staff from even saying the
Let's
word
speed this up.
transgender.
There it is. CBS banning. We got to speed this up. That's quality. What am I doing here?
For this mass shooting. The entire media flipping the script to have to fit this narrative. Meanwhile, a group of trans activists in Kentucky.
There we go. And this is, you have two state houses being, can it be called insurrections, anti-white insurrections? Do not, and I don't know if this guy does, I didn't see further, but do not say, well, the Capitol insurrection, because then you're imbecilic. You play right into their hands. First of all, that's called Patriots Day. Don't say, why are they allowed to insurrect at capitals, but we're not? Don't say that, Beaver. Don't say that, leave it to Beaver. Come on, Wally. Come on, Wally. All of you are so original, so based, So based. And I hear everything coming out of your mouths from that Leave It to Beaver show. You goddamn backward losers. We're not allowed to insurrect, and they're allowed to insurrect. How's that fair? Yeah, go tell that to the at the water cooler. You bring this up to share concepts that we teach here in service to white well-being. That's how this works. That's how easy this is. That's how legal this is. That's how moral this is. What are you waiting for? Are you still drooling on a donut? Are you still drooling on a Twinkie? Don't be one of those. Don't be like the last white people drooling on the Twinkie. Huh? What are we doing now? Don't do it. Because those will be the ones that everybody laughs at.
Stormed a Capitol building as well, not just Tennessee, but Kentucky. And
trans people belong. Oh my God. If you could just finish that sentence and not be arrested and not be thrown off every social media platform. I wonder what would be a good finish for that sentence. Trans people belong. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. The mods might have to delete it, but I know what you're thinking. And then look at this one. You got this guy.
Yes, this time,
look, this devil showed up.
There was even a trans shaman.
Baphomet, exactly. Who said that, David? What's he shouting? Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. You absolutely know this is his BSDM costume. BDSM costume. You absolutely know this is what he wears for sex. I mean, let's just come on. You know this is what he wears for sex. He gets all makeup, all the makeup on. He's got his horns on. Listen to trans kids. Boy, we could finish that sentence too. You guys got to do better at your sentence writing. Oh my God, look how goofy the white guy is right here. The fat white guy. He's like, oh, I love it. He's got he's an anti-white pig with his camera. And he's busy taking footage. This is probably this one's lover. This guy, he gets down, he gets tied down, and then he goes, meh.
Oh, a shaman. That was it. That's the word.
Yeah.
It was insurrection. The word I was looking for earlier. Insurrection.
There he's back. He comes back to say, it's insurrection. Like your 90 IQ followers could get that.
In the same week, a trans person shoots up a school and state buildings get stormed by trans shamans. And so how's the White House coping with all this? Well,
look at this white guy. Anti-whites. You see? It encapsulates all the scum.
They're in mourning. But for the...
Oh, my God. The one in the wheelchair is like the most impressive of all. What do some of these signs say? I can't quite make it out. Damn it. Trans rights or something. Are human rights. Okay.
Trans community.
People don't want...
A bunch of them are in wheelchairs. Do the necessary parts even work?
Their freedoms to be taken. They want us to fight for their freedoms. And so it is shameful, it is disturbing, and our hearts go out to the trans community as they are.
I can't stop having this vision in my head, this totally comical, disgusting vision of the trans shaman there howling. All right. The mouth of Sauron.
Are under attack right now, but this is a president who has said many times before he has their backs.
And in fact, Biden put out a
statement. I bet he has their backs.
Trans people, quote, shape our nation's soul. Is it just me, or is this not the best time? Read the room.
Oh my
Robbie
God.
Starbuck is the host.
Is this not the best time? Read the room. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Let's see if I can save this. We've got to absolutely share. Will that work? I hope it does. So listen what he's saying here. Listen to what he's saying. And we're going We're going to be, don't go anywhere, because I'm really going to surprise. Who knows? Maybe I'm going to bring the trans shaman in here in just a moment. We're going to have a conversation. Oh, that's what he does when they get started. Al is right. So the trans shaman. So listen to what also Rand says here. I got to go back and listen to the Mouth of Sauron and see what she is actually saying, because this is, and then how this conservative content creator and this network, which our people have to stop listening to. I mean, you can check in just to be able to learn what not to say, but otherwise you should ignore. You can check in to figure out, I thought this is where I dumped it. Is it not here? You can check in to see what not to say. You can check in to find the meme pathogens, the anti-white concepts. And this is a perfect example of that. Am I in the wrong area? No. We'll try this one then. Is that the right place? Attempt number 2. So let's hear what he said.
Host of the Robbie Starbuck podcast, and he joins us now. Is this
Who has said many times it is disturbing.
but for the trans community?
People don't want their freedoms to be taken. They want us to fight for their freedoms.
Okay, so this is what's being talked about after white people were the target of the anti-white terrorist attack. A non-white guy died as well. Were slaughtered. A school didn't die. There wasn't a school shooting. You know, a school shooting happened often in the past. White kids brought their rifles to school, and after school, they took them out, and then they practiced target shooting. That's a school shooting. This is a slaughtering, a ritualistic, psycho-spiritual slaughtering of white people. And regrettably for anti-whites, they're thinking, unfortunately, a non-white person was caught in the mix. But I guess they think, that's just going to happen. That's going to happen sometime. A non-white person is going to be caught up in the mix because of how white erased society has become. Still not seeing. It must be getting saved as some kind of a weird file. Damn it. So this is what they're talking about, these anti-whites.
And so it is shameful.
We need to fight for them. It's shameful that they have any talking about their suffering. This particular privileged group. Now, remember, everybody's making the joke. It's a very easy joke that they're talking about how they're being genocided, and Coke supports them, Pepsi supports them, Boeing supports them, Nike supports them, and on and on. Everybody's talking about that, right? Obviously, this is just the anti-white narrative. How I got this at 11, 12, 13 years of age. I specifically talk about it in my book, Crucible. You should own it. If you don't, you're not one of the cool kids, clearly. But how much of a blatant do they have to make it that this is just a story? It doesn't have to do with anything to do with reality. They just take pieces of reality, and then some of those pieces of reality they have to ignore. And what do we call that when they ignore pieces of reality that don't fit the anti-white narrative? Those are hush crimes, which doesn't always mean it's a illegal act. The crime is that a piece of evidence that contradicts anti-whiteism is being obscured, is being obviated, is being rejected, right? And then the pusillanimity on our side doesn't push back with the right concepts. Okay, so all the way back, I'm 11, I'm 12. And I figure out, I told the kids there, I talk about it in the book. I'm like, guys, this is a storyline. This is just a narrative. White people are the bad people in this narrative. I figured this out back then. the white kids before us were the bad guys. Now we're the bad guys at this school. The kids that come after us will be the bad guys. All these years later, the white kids going to that school are what? The bad guys. They say to you, I guess it is an intelligence thing. They say to you, oh, this group is being genocided. This group is discriminated against everywhere you go. This is a victim group. They're discriminated against everywhere. And you go out into the world and you see these different airlines and different businesses, international businesses, support them. Countless dollars thrown at them, countless advertising campaigns for this privileged group. And you're like, oh, God, look at this. This is so ridiculous. Oh, isn't it funny how they say that they are discriminated against? How they say that they are. Isn't it funny? Isn't that funny how they say that they are genocided and yet Coca-Cola is sponsoring them? Isn't that funny? That's a funny thing. No, it's not funny at all. What's funny is that you're too retarded to put two and two together. That everything that we're having to live in and through is a story being written by anti-whites. And that when you are in a story, you can't take the pen away from the author. The only thing you can do is get off of those pages. You're welcome. We need more people to be hearing this message, folks. Get it out now. If you're new, you never seen what we're doing before, take the URL, say, this is the most amazing shit I've ever seen in my life. Share it in your circles of influence. Do it now. Do it loud. Do it proud, because we're being shadow banned.
It is disturbing, and our hearts go out to the trans community as they are under attack right now. But this is
right after the anti-white ritualistic slaughtering of white people. This is the mouth of Sauron at the height of power, the height of authority. Now, why don't people, and I'll do this now for those who don't get it, why don't people just automatically say, well, my government is not right here, I rebel, I reject. My alma mater, my branch of the military, my state, in other periods of history, why don't they just automatically say, I reject it? My church, I reject it. My religious leaders, I reject it. Why don't they automatically say that? Because the perception of authority for Western kind, indeed for all peoples, but I can speak really for us, is one of the most important things for our moral matrix. It's one of the ways that white people create Western civilization. We say there is a legitimate authority structure, and then in that authority structure, there's a continuity of authority and leadership. That means they have the right to be in charge, even if they make mistakes. Do you now see how meaningful it is that the pinnacle of this authority, the top of the pyramid, is using the blood of white people and white children to consecrate an anti-white, white erasing new festival? Do you now see how important that is? How meaningful it is? This is not just a Democrat administration. This is not just a whim or a lark or a stupid thing that's taking place here. This is a psycho-spiritual ritual and an attack on Western kind.
This is a president who has said many times before he has their backs.
And in fact, Biden put out a statement saying trans people, quote, shape our nation's soul. Is it just me, or is this not the best time?
Okay, I hope this guy had this written for him, because his comeback to that is this just not the right time to? I mean, I'm all for celebrating people who don't know what they are. They think there's something different, and then they kind of change. And they think there's one thing for a while, and then some of them, they think they're one thing, and then they think there's something else. I mean, we've all read these stories where they say, and it's sympathetic stories. It's stories that they're written by them, where they say they were this and then they were that. So Fox News is saying that this just isn't the right time. The unspoken premise is that there is a right time. This is Sean Hannity last year now saying that, can we just not have our under 5-year-olds exposed to sex, homosexual sex, transgender sex? Can we just not do it for the under 5s? No. How about we sew your fat mouth shut, and we don't do it for any kids? How about that? I mean, it's so psyop, psychological warfare garbage that it's in your face and dominating. You just yield. Is this just the wrong time? You're not reading the room properly.
Read the room. Robbie Starbuck is the host of the Robbie Starbuck podcast, and he joins us now. Robbie, great to see you this evening. I'm hesitant to ask you whether or not you're surprised to see the turn of events this week and how this school shooter has been treated, how this story has been
school shooter
in turn. But we have gone from a horrific incident in everyone's estimation to this being the week we need to focus on Trans Days of Visibility.
By the way, the Trans Day of Visibility, I was reading, perhaps I'm wrong, but I was reading that some trans people, I mean, obviously we don't know every single trans person's position, want it called Day of Vengeance. So what it seems to me like, remember I was talking about this on the other stream, more intelligent, devious anti-whites are like, no, don't call it Day of Vengeance. Too many white people will get that we're white erasing them, and they will get upset. Call it a day of visibility. Call it a day of tears.
Will, I'm not surprised at all, because the Democratic Party has become an encapsulation of what...
Oh, his name is... The also ran is named Will. Will he ever speak up for white people? Will he ever do anything of value? Let's see.
You just saw from Joe Biden, his White House, and their media puppets this week. They are treating this shooter, this mass murderer, as a victim. And it can't be forgotten that it is a trans mass murderer, but they want to go and whitewash that by making everything about how trans people are basically the soul of the nation. I'm sorry.
No, it's not trans. See, he can say trans. He can say no problem. What do you think the odds are that he'd be able to say anti-white? This is obviously anti-white.
Sorry, but you know what? That says a lot about the soul of our nation. It is sick. And you know what? That's not the soul of my nation. That's not the soul of the nation I know. That's the soul of maybe the one Joe Biden believes in, but the soul of the nation.
He's starting to go, this guy, in the right direction, because he was saying our, and then he's saying, wait a second, that's not my.
That I believe in is those 3 little kids, those 9-year-olds who were gunned down by a trans mass murderer. It's those 3 adults who lost their lives because they're Christian.
Can never say. And it could be that if that black guy had been white, this guy still wouldn't be able to say they're all white.
That's the soul of the nation I believe in. And for what they've chosen to do this week, to override the loss of life and to try to replace it with messages as if the trans community is the one being victimized, it's just disgusting to anybody in regular America. And beyond that, you know,
look at that female actually hitting with her forearm that police officer. Good
videos
God.
You played earlier from the legislature when they tried to storm the Capitol in Tennessee, those people are actually inside. They were in the well. Those are legislators here. Justin Pearson, there's 2 Justins, and then there's Gloria Johnson. These people.
Is this like my brother Daryl and my other brother Daryl? Is that serious? That's like Bob Newhart for real? It's my brother Daryl. It's my other brother Daryl.
Well, they need to be expelled from the legislature, and that is going to be happening, I believe, here in the next week, because they are.
Look at these poor souls. You know, they just want to be cut loose. I'd love to cut them loose. If I were governor, oh, boy, would they be happy. If I were governor of Tennessee, oh, my Lord, I would come out there. I would button my jacket, just like right now, and I would be like, both buttons. And I'd be like, water cannon. Let's soak these bitches. We'll find out if they're witches. Because if they're witches, they will float, and then we'll imprison them. And if they drown, then they weren't witches.
Incensed that legislature members were out there coordinating with these activists who, again, by the way, had those 7 fingers up because they consider the trans mass murderer a victim.
So to be clear, amongst that crowd shoving their way through police barricades.
Almost got it. they consider the 7th to be the one that matters.
Onto the well of a legislature. You're telling me
that it's ipso facto. And has anybody studied? Am I the only one who's like studied logic? You can't focus as they're doing on the anti-white terrorist without it being to the exclusion of the anti-white terrorist victims.
Weren't just radical activists, but legislators in those states looking to disrupt their own proceedings?
Exactly, yes. You've got two Justins, or two young men. In fact, one of them, he was actually a radical
two Daryls,
far-left organizer and activist before he was elected in the most recent election.
Look, and so he was a radical anti-white, and they voted him in. I mean, we have these people all over the country. Remember the congressman? Was he from Tennessee? He's worried about the island capsize. Remember that?
And that Justin, he was arrested for assault even, but Democrats here decided to...
So anti-whites, why don't they care? And I am not saying they're doing the wrong thing. Anti-whites know what their objective is. And they don't allow anything to get in their way. So wait, he attacked people? He's a felon? And he's going to harm white people? It's got my vote. White people, like I could run for office and they would be like, what? He stands up against white people or against the victimization of white people? I don't know. I don't think so. It's kind of an immoral thing to do. I don't know. I don't think so. I think he might have been in a relationship and he watched another woman walk by that had a hella ass on her, right? He's just kind of immoral. I don't think I'll vote for him. Anti-whites are like, what? You stomped a white man into the ground? Oh, he's a vegetable? You got my vote. We need to do the same thing. White people in America and in Canada and the rest of the world, we need to say, oh, the white guy that's running for office, well, he's had like an inconsistent education. He's had an inconsistent career because of what the anti-white world has done to white males. Oh, he's actually been in fights and got scars and can get mean as all hell. He can really get ornery, as they say far down home. He can really get ornery. Well, he's got my vote. Did you hear what he said about girls? Yeah, and that's why I'm going to vote twice for him. Because we don't care about if the anti-whites can vote twice, 10 times, 12 times, then why aren't we?
Elect him in his small district here in Nashville. And that member was the guy holding the
taking
megaphone
over.
you see in there, and the other one's holding his cute little sign. They were the ones whipping up the crowd, and they need to pay a political price for that, because you don't belong in the General Assembly if you're going to be whipping that type of thing up and putting lives in danger, because there's people who work in the Capitol of all political stripes. They're good people. They don't deserve...
You're not going... Yeah, they're people... Oh, of all political stripes. This is a typical Republican voter spiel. It's all of us, and I'm looking out for all of us. Fuck that, man. We're sick of that. How long is it going to take? When are people going to start? When are like Republican voters, white Americans and good people of all races going to actually slap people like that in the mouth? No, we're sick of it. Like he comes down, he comes to the speech, he says his thing. He says, I'm looking out for everybody of all political persuasions. And then he walks down and somebody just don't punch him, smacks the idiocy out of his mouth. That people are going to have to get that mad. I'm not saying do it, but people are going to have to get that angry with this. I don't want to hear about how people who are Democrats might also get scared because anti-white Democrats are raiding the Capitol. I don't give a shit. I hope they get scared. I want the anti-whites put down. We can do the water hose thing. If they float, they're witches and they go to jail. If they drown, they weren't witches. Oh, well.
To be put in danger because you've got some sort of political gripe.
Really quickly, right? What do you make of the hypocrisy?
Oh, everybody was put in danger because they have some sort of political gripe. What is it? What's the political gripe? It's that they're anti-white.
I mean, the image is, first of all, so January 6th, Insurrection Day. Now we look at this and it basically looks like a mirror image when it comes to this movement, right?
Oh, my God. Did he just say that? January 6th is Insurrection Day, and this looks like a mirror image. So he's going to come and he's going to say it. First of all, never say insurrection. Don't even say Jan 6. You are a fucking loser if you say insurrection or Jan 6 or J6 or Patriots Day. Stop letting them decide the words that you use that harm you. Get your lips out of your ass. Why are your lips even at your asshole? I mean, it's not your head is up your ass. That's become cliche. It's your lips are on your own asshole. Why do you put them there? I mean, I'm impressed that you're that flexible. I really am. I am tight, man. I mean, my hams are tight. I got to stretch them all the time. I'm impressed that you have that kind of flexibility. But why are your lips on your asshole? Because that's where you get these anti-white concepts, these psychological warfare, anti-white concepts that are undermining you. And you just repeat them.
Here on the floor of the legislature. On top of that, let's just focus on CBS News. I know very well the rules whenever the shooter in some type of horrific incident is white. Lead with the race and lead with the manifesto. If it doesn't meet that, then it is hide the race or hide the motivation. What do I do? What is the meaning of the hypocrisy?
Talk about white victims.
The Democratic Party, they are the kings and queens of hypocrisy.
No, they're not.
That is who they are now.
No, they're not. You ever see a grown man turn green come out of his clothes? Generations. But don't get too excited. The pants stay on. I'm sorry. Generations of they're such hypocrites. They're the kings of hypocrisy. I feel like I'm among children. I feel like I'm that movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger, I am that ripped, goddammit, am among like all the little kids in the classroom. That's what the Republican leadership and conservative leadership is composed of.
It's the reason why you see no moderate Democrats speaking out about this and saying, hey, hold up a second. Why are we putting out messages about trans people being the victims instead of these 6 innocent Christians who were gunned down for their beliefs? That's why they're not there, because they know they will be pushed out of their party if they speak out about this and they say, you know what, we've got to stop the hypocrisy and we've got to acknowledge reality. And you end up with activist legislators like we see here. And you're seeing it all over the country. You see it with this Alvin.
Where's my cursor?
President Trump. They are turning into a radical party that are not a real alternative for the American people.
They are turning into a radical party? Are you 7? What in the absolute... You know this guy... So he's on what, the Bobby Starbuck show? The Robbie Starbuck show. Robbie Starbuck. The Robbie Starbuck show. You know he's getting paid bank. You know he's making dough. You know he's getting out in a Jaguar every day when he leaves the Robbie Starbuck show. We got the Robbie Starbuck show up here in Boston. And we listen to Robbie because we drive cars in America. Okay, good, Robbie. This is what he's getting paid for. They're really becoming a party that is radical and is not a legitimate alternative for Americans. Thank you so much. You know what? This Robbie, he looks like if you take this shirt off, it's going to be the nastiest, doughiest, softest, bird-chested, tittied man that you ever seen. Do you really think that somebody built like that? He looks like the biggest fight he's ever been in is a pillow fight. You really think somebody like that is going to be able to come up with concepts and arguments that have to have the force of physicality behind them? Why do you keep looking to people like this? Why do you keep looking to politicians like this? Oh, it's because the sewing circles are the primary voters. They're telling all the men and the children and the teen, they're telling everybody what to vote for, right? And B is like, well, Andy, you know who you got to vote for. He's doughy, he's soft, and he's only been in a pillow fight. Fuck all that. Sick of it. You got to tell Aunt B to shut her trap, or you're going to put her in the old folks' home early. This is ridiculous. This is why we're living this way. You want to know, you keep looking out at the world and you keep saying, why is it like this? Why don't we ever push back? Because you keep listening to Aunt B. Punk. That's why. And then when you don't listen to Aunt B, when you're going to rebel, you're like a 2-year-old toddler. You're like, I'm going to go in, I've lifted weights. Now I'm going to go into the street and I'm going to punch some 75-pound Antifa member. Good for you. How about you win the arguments every day in your life so that we can recapture our destiny? This is why you look to some, oh, what is he, like 4 foot tall? Doesn't know he's a closeted of a confused sexuality person. Just clearly has to be listened to. You know, oh, what is he married? You know that guy, by the way, that so many folks, we've had people come into this live chat and promoting the salty cracker. He didn't care about white people. He's married to a Hispanic broad. Did you know that? Good God. Let's get over there and let's promote him. He might be a great guy, and he might be doing some decent stuff here or there, telling you about how bad things are, but he doesn't give a shit about the white race. He made that decision already.
People.
I think, Robbie, what we have to come to grips with is hypocrisy is not a bug, it's a feature. It's not a quest to live up to principles, it's a quest
She's
for
probably
power.
a lovely
and in
woman.
that quest, hypocrisy is a feature on your way to power. Robbie Starbuck, always great to talk to you.
Ooh. Hypocrisy is a feature on your way to power. Only when your opposition are made up of Down syndrome children.
Next, our college professors can't tell the difference between men and women.
Oh.
And they're proud of it.
100 years from now, both man and woman, could you tell the difference? Strictly off the bones.
No, because there's a migraine.
Okay, this is another. Can you believe? Let's do this. Let's take a look at this, and then we're going to go. I really got to show you this. What is it called? It's not that. It's not that. What happened here? Oh, that was during that commercial. That's not it. This is it. Oh my gosh. Are y'all able to see that? Let's look at this. We got to roll. We got financial gifts coming in. We're going to get elated. We're going to get elated while the anti-whites get innovated. We're getting elated while they get innovated. Joe Biden celebrates. How should I read this? How should this be read? I'm like the voiceover guy. Tell me how to do it. Come on. Give me the cues. Give me the cues. I want to hear. I want to inspire me now. Inspire me. Jason, you're a young boy living in Afghanistan. You have heard the crackle of machine gun. Your relatives have raped you repeatedly because that's kind of what happens in that particular family. You had a small dog. It has a leg blown off. It's a Chihuahua. Go. Joe Biden celebrates Transgender Day of Visibility. Days after trans shooter murdered 6 at Christian school. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this guy. Will you look at this? Will you just look at this? I mean, look at this. President Joe Biden celebrated Transgender Day of Visibility. Again, some of them want to call this Day of Vengeance. That's how demonic this is. Did you hear what I said? Did you hear some of the key concepts I said? Jason's streams are too long. Other things also too long. Nobody's complaining. Lot of gratitude, okay? Making no mention of the massacre that occurred 5 days earlier at a Christian school. Massacre of what? Chickens? What? The massacre of white children and adults and one non-white adult. Now, when black people get killed, they say black people, good. I'm good. When they say people who identify as homosexual, look, I don't identify. I've said this before. If you are homosexual, like your attraction is homosexual, fine. Don't make that your identity. What is wrong with you? Stop being anti-white. Make your identity. If you're a Westman, make Western kind, Western civilization your identity. Your identity is not what you look at and get attracted to. For the love of God, this is so obvious. I think to myself, would I walk around and I'm like, I'm a heterosexual? Heck yeah. Check out my flag. You kidding me? I don't think, not even when I think about my identity and what Jason Kuna is, no white guilt, I don't even include what turns me on. It seems like that's kind of like in a different sphere. Maybe I just operate differently. President Joe Biden celebrated Transgender Day of Visibility on Friday, making no mention of the massacre that occurred 5 days earlier at a Christian school in Nashville, Tennessee. At least at Breitbart, they said Christian school. After a transgender shooter, no, it doesn't matter. I don't care. We don't care. It doesn't matter. Why not say, I mean, if you're going to say things that are irrelevant, why not say that the shooter, not the terrorist, the shooter was a comic book drawer. Interest, he would like to draw. I was a drawer. I don't care. This is an anti-white terrorist. Well, her family didn't accept her, except she's almost 30 and lives at home. Maybe they kind of did. Maybe they kind of were bending over backwards for something wrong with this person. Allegedly murdered 6 individuals, including 3 children. On Transgender Day of Visibility, we want you to know that we see you as you are. Well, actually, how are they? I bet you better be ready to roll with the breeze. You better be ready to roll with the punches. You better be ready to roll with the whim, buddy. We see you just as you are. I mean, that's like that's like saying that to a shapeshifter. What do you mean you see them as they are? Has he actually talked to any people who call themselves transgender? If you look at their accounts, as I have, you see that they can see themselves as very different from one even week, but sometimes period of life to the next. So what do you mean you see them as they are? What are you, fucking Swami? What are you, a Swami? What are you holding up like you're the Kreskin? You're like, I see an alligator. Made in the image of God and deserving of dignity. How absolutely repulsive. This is what I talked about, a psycho-spiritual ritual that is consecrating a new anti-white festival with the blood of white people, specifically white children. Why aren't people talking about this? They better be after I said it. Listen to this. This is like a priest. Again, I'm going to the height of authority here. This is a priest. These are the words of a priest over the anti-white religion. Transgender Day of Visibility. We want you to know that we see you just as you are, made in the image of God, deserving of dignity, respect, and support. What does God mean to an anti-white? Now, don't say, well, they're all atheists, because they're not all. Some of them are Christians. Some of them are Muslims. Some of them practice old European religions. Some of them are atheists. Some of them are Martians. What does God mean to them? If you want to know, you have to know what anti-whiteism is. If a horse could envision God and speak about God, do you think it would be anything other than a horse? We'll never stop, quote, we'll never stop working to create a world where you won't have to be brave just to be yourself. Again, I talked about this the other stream. There could be people in this world, and this is how I feel about all things. There could be people in this world who are asex, born asex, a biological male, for example, but they go out into the world, they don't tell a soul, and they live as a female. Nobody knows. They're not trying to get access to children. They're not trying to get access to female sports or whatever, although I don't care about the men beating the crap out of girls' records and all of that. And because, hey, you know, if it fit the shoe for your little boys and your husbands and all, well, then now you get to dig with it. Dig with it, baby. Dig with it. You gonna come home and cry? Oh, did the biological guy beat you up in the Jeopardy? Did the biological guy in the spelling bee? Did the biological guy beat you up in the swimming? Oh, shut up. Wash the dishes. So it's like she's there crying about it. While she's putting dishes in the dishwasher, and you come up and you like grab her by the waist, push her over, and she's like, "Hey, I'm trying to load the dishwasher," and you're like, "Me too." There could be people who go out into the world. There could be people who go out into the world and they're living as a female or living as a male, and you never know. In fact, we know of these cases. We look back in history and we're like, oh, really? So this was believed to be a man, and then come to find out that it was a female. This was believed to be a female, come to find out that it was actually a male. There's actually a story about that I used to share. I would give tours to friends and just people I would meet of Manassas battlefield, which the United States calls Bull Run. And one of the stories I would tell is about, what was he? Sergeant? No, what was his rank? I don't remember. He's maybe just an enlistment. Stringfellow, I think his name was. And he was so slightly built, so like effeminate, that they dressed him up in women clothing and the Confederacy, and they sent him over to flirt with the United States soldiers. And he was totally believable. They just thought, whoa, this is like a good-looking woman. And thank God, because he was able then to come back with information about troop movements and everything. There could be people like this. You might have met one. That's not what this is. This is about white erasure. Do you hear me? You've got to see this properly. This is not about a person who might be very confused about, see themselves as the opposite or something different than they are. And they fall short of optimal, just like we all do. But they fall short, but they're still sane. And they're like, well, to whatever degree, I haven't had an opportunity to personally investigate how many studies are there out there anyhow? And they go out in the world and no one ever knows. That can happen. It's happened in the past. It could happen. That's not what this is. This is about white erasure. This is about taking somebody who wants to say that they're an imaginary male or female and then give them access to your children. The question is not, why shouldn't children be able to watch men dance around as women in adult shows or women dance around as men in adult shows? The question is, why do they want access to the children? And they talk about it here because they can. The conservatives can. The Breitbarts can. And you keep giving them their money. Where are they getting their money from? Where are they getting their money from? No big fetish donors showing up here behind the scenes. Nothing. But somehow, they all get tons of money. This is big con. You all know that. We'll talk about it another day. But they talk about it as though everybody inside is the exact same thing. They're not all the exact same thing. This is not for the purpose of getting around against the ear, against the door here. This is for the purpose of understanding, how do we recapture our destiny? We'll never stop working. He added, make no mention of the victims of the horrific shooting that occurred in Nashville. Come on. And then we got this. Do you see this? Transgender people deserve love, dignity, and respect. Blood spatter. Blood spatter. I don't go into the world. There are people out there with like Crohn's disease. There are people out there with bowel issues. If shitting your pants, which, by the way, some of these people become incontinent. When you start off with 7 fingers and move on to double fist, that can happen. Some of these folks. Blood spatter. Blood spatter. Well, I'm just going to roll. Several commentators. You understand what's really taking place. If Crohn's sufferers or people with biological shitting their pants had issues, that they could take this group and make it a victim group, right? If they turn them into a privileged group, they would actually be coming to you and it would say, pants shitters deserve love, dignity, and respect. Respect their stinkiness. Respect the malodorous nature of their person. They would do that. That's what's happening. Do you see how it works? It's all about inflicting injury. Stop on Western kind. White erasing us from our civilization. Stop focusing on transgender people, individuals who have problems. I mean, maybe they're not calling it a problem, but I certainly think not concluding that you're in the wrong body, I conclude that to be a problem, okay? That's my opinion. I was going to say sue me, but they probably would. I got nothing, though. I got nothing. What are you going to take? What are you going to take away from me? Okay, so Breitbart is saying, somebody is here saying they deserve mental health treatment for gender dysphoria, a mental illness. One said, and as another added, what about the Christians? What an absolute perversion of the word of God. Another remarked, no tweet about the Christian children that were targeted and killed, I see. What about the white people? What about the white people? Biden's tweet followed the White House proclamation released Thursday, which asserted that transgender Americans shape America's soul. Could you imagine America being a place where you felt that you were in the wrong body? I guess that does constitute America today. I'm in the wrong body. So many of us, I mean, America doesn't exist anymore as far as I'm concerned. So yeah. Like Friday's remark, Thursday's White House proclamation made no mention of the 6 individuals murdered by the suspected transgender, again with the transgender stuff. Earlier this week, the woman who believed herself to be a man. Okay. Like, is there anybody out there that would be reading Breitbart that still doesn't know what that means? The woman who believed herself allegedly opened fire at the school, murdering 3 adults and 3 children, including the daughter of the school's pastor. Do you think that was an accident? Or do you think she was looking for her? This anti-white terrorist drew maps. Why isn't that plastered everywhere? Of course, we know, because it's anti-whiteism. The tone-deaf messaging. Oh my God, we just heard will do nothing. We just heard will do nothing. Use the exact same thing. Tone-deaf messaging. Oh my God. And then this actually says willful ignorance. Do you think that's kind of a weird, synchronicity, isn't it? The willful ignorance from Will. The White House comes on the heels of the establishment media testing a new narrative around the shooting, asserting that the anti-white terrorist was rejected by her Christian parents. Oh, it says here, despite the 28-year-old living at home. Kevin, there's the mouth of Sauron. I tried to pull that up. Thank you for sending that to me. And I will again during the break. I want to point this out. We're going to go to a brief break. We're going to be listening. I'm not going anywhere. Don't you go anywhere. I will hunt your ass down. We're going to be listening, of course, to some of the great Imminent Reign. But I want to point out here, while we are doing what's on your screen, the United States, the West, they're concerning itself, the anti-whites at the top, saying everybody should be focused on this pink and pastel colored flag and all of this kind of stuff. China discovers strange glass beads on moon that may contain billions of tons of water. Chinese researchers may have discovered billions of tons of water inside strange glass spheres buried on the moon, and they could be used as a future water source for moon bases, a new study suggests. The tiny glass spherules collected in lunar soil samples and brought back to Earth by China's, totally stereotypical Chang 5 mission in December 2020 could be so abundant. They did nothing to challenge the stereotype there. Could be so abundant that they store up to 330 billion tons of metric water across the moon's surface. The new analysis published March 28 in the journal Nature Geoscience. The journal Nature Geoscience. So there you have it. This is what the West is doing because the anti-whites are in charge, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're being forced to do. That's what we're being forced to endure. All right? This is what the U.S., Canada, and the rest is up to. Meanwhile, China has completed a mission to the moon and has found these spherules that I've never talked about before, brought back from the moon, saying that there might be 300 plus billion metric tons of water. For what? Why does that matter? Well, if you remember on YouTube, I think I remember, maybe I'm wrong, the ear might be against the door, that people were getting strikes on their channels for mentioning that China said they wanted to build moon bases to be able to attack America in the West. Does anybody remember that? I certainly don't. I remember that other people remember it, but it certainly wasn't me. I don't remember it. Okay? But there was news. China had an ambassador that they recalled. Maybe that happened. Check it out with CNN, where they said, we're going to build moon bases from which to attack. I had actual arguments with people in person years ago when the information about China and the desire to build moon bases and the ability to attack targets in orbit of the United States from the moon and targets on the Earth from the moon, about Chinese moon bases. And I could tell you right now, this one fat anti-white mother, and when our people are overweight, they are fluffy. They are the cuddliest. I love the fluff. When our people are fluffy, it is a wonderful, cuddly thing. But when their people are fluffy, it is a disgusting, morbidly obese swine crawl out of the pig pen. And this POS laughed when I said the Chinese, I had read this several places, legitimate places. And it makes perfect sense, by the way, with reason and logic, but the evidence is out there. And then you have it being reported as well. Trying to build a moon bases. And this anti-white guy, POS, laughed. Thought it was the most uproarious thing. So I went back to him, brought info, and then he was just like, that's interesting. Now, all these years later, missions later, and they're like, well, there's going to be enough water for us to build our moon bases now. I wonder what that's why you don't discuss facts with an anti-white. How many times have I told you that? You don't discuss facts. It's not going to change their minds about anything. And then you end up being right. And then what good has that done for our people? You just hit them over the head with the truth that they're anti-white garbage. And you move on. And watch this, folks. We will be right back.
Master Flame, who haunted secret halls. He made himself a master and taught his children well. He vilified the noble gods and banished them to hell. They grew into a people of vain pretension. righteous flesh. The world was theirs to own. His specials, the Irish, disguised as blameless victims, proud kingdoms brought to ends. They undermined in secret, pretending to be friends. Theirs was the one true God, one Lord to rule them all. They claim to bring salvation, but led fools to their fall. They named their victim Ganya, an upright talking beast. They stripped him of his rights and threw him for the feast.
That, my friends, is the great Imminent Reign. The album's coming. Part 9 in the album at the end of the month. Inquire to find out when we are going to have our opportunity to get at that final piece. And let's roll with the rest of this gathering. Drowning in the argument, the Antiwhite says, what exactly is Antiwhite? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Oh my God, it is so awesome to be me. Look at you over there. Let's have a look at the financial gifts in case some of these people have to go to bed. I don't know how late it is, but we will take a quick look. We will say hello. And I have climbed out of my fantastic, gorgeous jacket. And now I am here, a little less clothed for you all. We have over here on Entropy, which is up and running, beginning with Yiz, the Unifier. Awesome woman. Let's see what she has to say. Financially gifting $5. Thank you, sister. She says, weekly folk tithe to celebrate the success we had last week in Texas. We're going to be talking about that in just a moment, folks. It was so awesome. The difference. I was talking to old timers. We're going to talk about it in a moment. We got to roll, though. She says here, it was epic to come together as white well-being advocates to show the pro-white gathering the new positive, unafraid face of activism for our people. What we are doing is righteous. Kip, white heart emoji. Big Kip to you. Big hip to you for the folk tithe, sister. God bless you. Thank you so very much. We move on to No Ads is here. No Ads. And that's not no ads. No ads. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much. Says, how to deal with family who had kids with black people. That's a great question. I'm going to come back to that because we're still moving. But it's not just, it's people of all other races, all non-white races. We have, many of us have this in our family, either immediate or the next ring out. And so happily talk to that. But baseline, I'll just say right here, we'll come back to it. But baseline here is that you want to end the victimization of Western kind. You want to put an end to anti-whiteism, which benefits everyone. If a family member objects to that, then they are anti-white. You have we have people who are serving white well-being, and some of them are, we got Seamus amazingly active. They found someone they fell in love with of another race prior to finding out about white well-being, and they're like, whoa, absolutely, this makes perfect sense. They come, you have the white member who's serving white well-being, the non-white member serving white well-being, both of them combating anti-whiteism. Why? Because the non-white member loves a white person, and they don't want them to be white people to be victimized. I mean, doesn't that make sense? If you married black into a black family, it would be kind of weird if you were like neutral on whether or not black people are getting harmed, or maybe even for them getting harmed. Wouldn't that be kind of weird? You should expect the same treatment from the non-white people who are married into the white family. They should be, and if they don't, then they're anti-white. That's on them. That's their fault. And if it's family, you want to take it like light, then make it light, but make sure that you are seen as the moral one. And that position, that's not who they are, but it's the position they're taking is the immoral position. That's how you handle it in a nutshell. No Ads back with another $3. God bless you for that. Says, how to fight for white men and white women marriage. How to fight for white man and so white men and white women getting married. Well, that's what we do here. It's a great combo question. If somebody is already in love with, they've already married, or they've already had children with a non-white person, and then they discover white well-being, they discover the white race is totally under attack, they object to it, they want to put an end to it, they want to put an end to anti-whiteism, then we welcome them because it's a beautiful thing. We want that to happen. It's a very beautiful thing. But having said that, we advocate against biological white erasure. So it is if it's an objectionable thing to take the position that we object, or to take the position that it is wrong to remove our norms and mores, then certainly the only consistent position is that it is wrong to remove us biologically. So it's no slight against the people who have already fallen in love and had kids or whatever. But as we all are falling short to various degrees of, the ideal scenario because of the anti-white soup that we're in, we accept that, but we take steps to prevent it. It's like if somebody gets a vaccine, say, in some World of Warcraft theoretical, and it was very detrimental. And so we say, okay, well, we still accept you. You got it. But we're going to teach those moving on not to do that. Nothing wrong with that. And again, it would be weird. Like if you married into a black family and you're like, no, there shouldn't be any black people. They should all just marry Asian people, because then you really get you get a lot less black and more Asian. And so they should all do that. Would be like a very weird position for somebody who married into a black family to do, right? J.M. Johnson, get out your 07s, please. Cast your gems before his feet. Break out your crowns. Crown J.M. Johnson, 75 white well-being dollars. God bless you, Johnson. God bless you. Thank you so much. Rogers emojis. Jason is on fire. Love to see it. I am on fire. I am exhilarated by Texas. I love being down in Texas. You're gonna play in Texas. You gotta have a fiddle in the band. That lead guitar is hot, but not for a Louisiana man. So rosin up that bow with what is it? Lady Love, and let's all dance. What's the name of it? If you're gonna play in Texas, you gotta have a fiddle in the band. And that's me even doing like the like homebound singing level after yelling for hours. What is it called? What are you resonating up with? Matt said, so that's awesome. Thank you so much. $75 US. Matt says, with $5, thank you, Matt. Everyone who doubts the Go Free method should put it to the test. Get into a public discussion with a white anti-white. Start calling them anti-white, etc. God bless you. You will kick ass. That's what will happen. You will kick ass in a way that you never, ever have. Matt back with another $5. Thank you so much. Hey, folks, did you crown J.M. Johnson? Did you throw gems at his feet? If you didn't, you should think about doing that now. Matt says with $5, they all start acting, anti-whites, all start acting like ashamed, submitted weirdos. You have nothing to be afraid of. Oh, my God, do it. Absolutely. Just do it. Just do it. Don't listen to Nancy Reagan. Don't just say no. This is your advocacy on a skillet. Don't just say no. Take it to them. I love it. I've had so many conversations with strangers over the years where I say it nicely. I'm just like, that's pretty anti-white. And they're like, oh, no, I'm not anti-white. I didn't mean to be anti-white. Okay, well, that's anti-white. And then they start trying to walk to another place. And if you get into it with a real anti-white, and you're like, that's pretty anti-white. And they're like, well, kind of should be. Then you're like, you piece of anti-white filth. That's how you do it. Then you throw all of if it's somebody you can speak to, you begin giving them the key concepts you don't say, I've got 5 key concepts for you. You don't do that. You just put it in your conversation. And we're rounding out the top here on entropy with Yiz, the unifier, back again, another $3. And she says, my picnic event is April 15th. Just 2 Saturdays away. I still have 5 spots open. So reach out to me via private message or email if you want to come. Jason, please tell people what they can expect at my picnic. Thank you, white heart emoji. You can expect Yiz, a force of nature, to show up. Essentially what we do is we get there, like last year, we get there. I'm going to be there. We get there and we get into some like weird circle and we begin humming and chanting, home, home, and the wind begins to blow and the trees are blowing with the wind and you can hear the dance of the leaves on the branches. And then all of a sudden, and Yiz appears. And she has amazing food. She's an unbelievable cook. It is succulent. It is something for the gods. And it is a wonderful time. She is actually a marvelous hostess. She goes around, she keeps people excited. You get to have conversation with other white sympathetic and white positive people who are there. You're going to get to meet me. And that probably is one of the most amazing things that will happen in your life. But she is truly a wonderful person. And it's almost like a spiritual situation. And I talked about it last year, and it really fits in perfectly with the conference, what we're talking about the conference, which we'll be talking about in just a minute, and how wonderful that went, especially juxtapositioned to all that was antiquated and wizened and just like decrepit. And it's like, oh God, it's like an old man and showing up. Like, here we are, we're back again. We're going to talk about politics and how bad it is. That actually hurts my throat to do that a little bit. I've been shouting. It probably hasn't been like coming across. Well, it might have been shouting, but not as loud as it's been. I've been loud. If you're going to play in Texas, You gotta have a fiddle in the band. That lead guitar is hot, but not for a Louisiana man. So rosin up that bow. Somebody know the words? Come on. So rosin up that bow with faded love and let's all dance. If you're gonna play in Texas, you gotta have a fiddle in the band. Oh my God. So the thing that was truly remarkable, experiencing it really on like a bigger scale for the first time at Yiz's picnic, and we had this experience in the conference, is that was the first time that the normal sensation of the wagons being circled and everything just getting worse. That's what all conferences, all meetings, come on, just admit it. You've been to them, you know what I'm saying. It's always been like we've assembled the final people who can see. They're coming for us. They're coming. You know, it's like Gandalf in Lord of the Rings, and he's reading from the book, right? He's in the, what was it? Like the Balrog is coming, and he's in with the, what were they called again? The dwarves, and they made a kingdom, but then they died, and now they're in this wasted kingdom, and the trolls have taken over, and the other little things that scream and run around, scary looking little suckers. They look like a lot of those we saw at the state houses a moment ago. Why did I just suddenly sound Italian? What was that? Just stepped off the boat. Like, yeah, get you the pizza. Come and have some pizza. And they're down there, and he's down there. He's like reading from what the king wrote. He's like, the drums are in the distance. They are coming. They are coming. That's what all of the other conferences and meetings, that's what they always feel like. Decades of this. You can't lie to me. I know what's going on. But I got to this picnic, and we had a bunch of white positive people showed up, folks going free, and it was like this upbeat energy. It was this not upbeat. Now remember, at other conferences and meetings and things like this, I've experienced it, so I know exactly what it is. There's like this vapid, this just totally insipid, hollow excitement that it's meretricious, where you're like, we're really imitating some LARPing thing. We're doing a really good job. It's like showing up at the Renaissance Festival, and you got like awesome costumes. And I got a costume you would not believe. I should probably get it out one of these days, but it's fairly lewd, so I'll have to stay sitting. But it is glorious. I look magnificent. And so there's like this, and I would always, after doing it a couple times with everybody else early on, I was like, yeah, I'm excited. We're just like, early on for me, it was groups that were like secessionist minded. They're like, we're going to go, just like the old South, the current South, we're going to secede. Look at the Confederate flags on bumper stickers and on signs and flags flying in people's yards, and we're going to succeed. And I'm like, secede. And I'm like, whoa, we're here, and we're talking. Yeah, maybe that's going to happen. And then, like, I don't know, for me, it was like maybe the fifth time and the fifth iteration, and that group fell apart and the other group fell apart. And I started to wonder, it's kind of fake. This is kind of plastic. This is kind of kitschy. This is kind of rerun. This is kind of LARPy. And I began to feel a little embarrassed. So I began to want to inject like some realism. Let's not just try to look like what we think things were. Let's actually have activities that oppose and take ground back, that oppose our victimization, take ground back, rather than actions that go to better LARPing, which is all you do. It's like you go to the Ren Festival, and each year you buy another thing because you're not rich, and you buy another thing to make your LARPing look a little bit more realistic. That's what it is. Like, what else can we do? Now, okay, we did the like candlelight march, and we waved all the flags, and what else can we do to make this LARPing more LARPy? So I got to this picnic, and one person, my God, there was Promethean promulgation, but no white guilt clips was there. That was like having, I don't know. That was like having Clint Eastwood walk out of a movie. It was It was the coolest thing. It was so many great people. Reptile and his wife were there. And we were all we all have something real to be positive about. Changes in our lives that are positive. Changes in the world. So that's what you can find at Yiz Picnic. And I hope if it gets full, that and more want to attend, that she'll open it up for more. If it's a matter of money for food or whatever, we'll pitch in. We'll make it happen. But reach out to her, private message, get into her circles. Let's be there. It's going to be wonderful. So thanks, big thanks to Yiz. And that's, we got everybody there. Over on Odyssey, we have, in just a moment, we're going to be talking about the conference. Don't you want to know why it's so different? Don't you want to know what we were talking about? Don't you want to know how you can be a part of something that is going to lift you up and make you the kind of person who says, of course, I want to be in the group photo. No, I don't want to blur my face out. This never happens. I talked to the old timers. I talked to several old timers about that. And all of them, I'm going to talk to another one this coming week, early in the week, a working dinner. And I know for sure he's going to be the same way. Classy guy. They're all like, are you kidding? You mean they're not all like independent, like content creators? And it's not like, because those kind of photos have been taken where it's like, here are a bunch of leaders, self-appointed. Here are a bunch of content creators. Those have been taken. Participants. They couldn't believe it. So here we have a $1 financial gift. God bless you. Thank you. That's from Blazing. I think it says Blazing Stranger. Thought it was going to say Blazing Saddle. It was an anti-white comedy movie. There were some funny parts back in the day. He says, I use $1. Thank you so much. He says, I use and spread your lexicon all the time. Quote, anti-whites, close quote, are everywhere. Quote, pedo groomer, close quote. I will update my use of the term. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. This is what we got to do. This is what we got to do. Let's stop letting, this person is intelligent. This is what we have to do. Stop allowing the anti-whites to control your speech and therefore what you think about our victimization, who we are, etc. Here is a buck toward your new tie fund. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, that guy Will didn't do much right, but his wife got his tie right. There must be some kind of poet in my background. Thank you for that. When was Spartan? When did you donate that lemon? No, it was an ice cream. It was an ice cream cone. When did you do that? Was that last time? Did I mention it? Oh, no. Yes. When did I do the... All right. Well, I'll just say Spartan, one ice cream cone in the cryptocurrency, and Spartan, a lemon. Okay, so that was last time. That's when I opened the treasure chest. Awesome. Didn't miss you. Let's go around this way. Let's check out. Wait a second. What happened to my Cash App? We're going to bring up this Cash App. I'm going to have me some more coffee. Can't have coffee too late. I can't have it too late. I end up, you know what I do most Sunday to Monday? No sleep. That's not healthy. Biospirit of the West says he has to go. Big salute to Biospirit of the West. Throw gems at this man's feet. Gems. Bring a crown down. Bring a crown down. Bring a crown down on his head. All right, let's check what we have here. Holy moly. Holy moly. 07s and gems. And bring a crown down for no white clips. He did this earlier, so it's not even like he's like, oh, he called me Clint Eastwood. Okay, here's the pay. No, he financially gifted 100 white well-being dollars. 100 save the white baby dollars from no white guilt clips steps right off the silver screen. Please magnify his work. Please, please. You know, if you keep not magnifying his work, I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And then I'm going to beat the shit out of your mom. And I'm going to make your dad watch. And then I'll beat the shit out of him too. So please magnify the work of No White Guilt Clips. $100 financial gift. God bless you, brother. A true, genuine 007s for you. 007s. This man is going to step out of a flying Maserati one of these days. And they're going to be lesser men that are going to get over on like their hands and knees to be the steps as he steps. God bless No White Guilt Clips, everybody. Gems for his feet, a crown for his head. That's a perfect way for Biospirit of the West. He's like, all right, I'm going to have to catch the rest later. I got to head out. And it's like the best way. We celebrate him, and then we're celebrating Clips coming in. Epic. Thank you, brother. We have I Love Jesus Christ. Thank you, wonderful sister. Financially gifting $10. $10. Do you hear that over there, anti-white scum? Do you hear that? The anti-white scum. I love Jesus Christ back again. Ever reliable. Financially gifting. And she says, for white well-being. Look at all the epic frogs that Franklin has bred in a laboratory under his house. And he has released them upon the world. And instead of ribbit, they say, what well-being? What well-being? What well-being? Oh my gosh. Keep those 007s, and the raucous emoji. Do you have anybody with a hand over the heart? Like they're saying Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to First Last, who has arrived again. And you felt the earth quaking, not because he's a heavy man. He's actually in good shape, good-looking man. $76 for white well-being and to put an end to the victimization of our people, to put an end to the victimization of white babies. This is real. It's meaningful. $76. Thank you. First Last. He says, and then he says, teach villainy shouting. Now, this is another thing he's working on. Villainy shouting. Brother, can you put it in the live chat and tag me, please, the exact way you like that worded? Villainy shouting. Another MC working on here from the great First Last. It's not only dollars and cents, it's MCs, it's identifying MPs, it's plastering all of Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, like the wonderful champion Franklin, and so many others. Thank you so much, dear champion. And we have the great Maki. 07s, raucous emojis. $25. God bless every single one of you. This is how we do it. We celebrate each other like the Antiwhites. They have their Golden Globes and their Oscars, and God bless whatever they do with those Oscars. I mean, if we already heard about the 7-finger beginning, I don't even want to know what they do with the Oscar. Oh, even worse, the Golden Globe. So we have to celebrate each other. Celebrate we will. $25 financial gift. He says, separate and create a new country. Jason for president. Oh, boy, my friend. I could not agree more. And there are people who got all rankled by that. Rankled when I was doing Jason Goes Political. And that's going to come back, by the way, the closer we get to this election. They got all rankled. I was like, I am supreme leader, president, supreme leader over the world. I walked out and I have a cape. I tried to talk people into wearing a cape with me in DC when I worked on the Hill. Nobody did, so I didn't go the cape route. We did start doing beautiful hats though. But capes, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I will make that cool again. I was threatening when I worked on the Hill. There's a capes. I said, well, I'll do the half cape and I'll roll it in slowly. They were capes. Men were very suave. There was suavity like you've never seen before. Men walking around in capes. Not anymore. How am I doing this tonight? I don't know why I keep getting it right. $25. Separate and create a new country. Jason for president happily will be in charge, my friend, and you will be in the cabinet. And we have here Art Acrobats coming in with a $4 financial gift. Thank you so much, my good brother. He says $1 for each letter in LARP. I love it. $1 for each letter in LARP. That is brilliant. LARPsters. We're going to talk about the LARPsters. Now, some of these people, I love them. I want to say, I love them. You know how you have the Down syndrome sibling, and they got the big smile, and they keep trying to put the square peg in the round hole, and you're just like, throw your arm around them, and you're like, hey, let's dance to that shark song, okay? Let's just dance. No, put the peg down. Let's just dance to that shark song. Okay. Play the shark song. All right. Whoa. 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 First last. He's been a magician lately. I saw everybody's seen this. Like, you see this like magician, whether in person or like online on an Instagram or whatever, and they're like, let me just show you a few things, and they're like, and here's a bald eagle. They're like, hey, I've got this. All I got here is this little napkin here. That's all I got here. And here's a bald eagle. And you're like, what the hell? That's what First Last is doing. Folks, keep out your 007s, your raucous emojis. Keep them out. Keep them out for First Last. He came back in with $25 more, bringing it to, what is that, 101? $101. Strew some gems. Throw the gems at his feet. A heavy crown or a light crown for his head. Heft the crown for his head. God bless you, man. I really appreciate it. He's a good guy. He's a good friend. He's there. Now let's see what he wrote. Did he write anything in the live chat? Okay, so he says, here he's written, quote, a villainy scream is a noun, any use of the word everybody, anybody, everyone, or anyone when asked about white victimization. He's going to go on to give more, I believe. He says, oh, actually make it a villainy screech. That's actually good. So tag me and give us an example of when that happens, when they say, everybody. We were on the phone. He was talking about it. It was good. We're going to be trying this out, and we'll see where it goes. Looks like Jerome is with us. Jerome, the only one, as I know, on camera, who called God down from the heavens. Great to see you. Amma is here. Great to see you. Wonderful sister. Victorian time traveler. We'll be talking about him in a minute. This magnificent champion of champions. First Last. What an amazing thing, brother. God bless you. Let's keep rolling. What are they doing now? Every time I click on the screen, I'm being undermined. I'm going to scroll back really quickly. We'll scroll forward. I want to talk to you all. Numerical Courage. Great name. Great to see you. You said something before you wrote the word has, but that has scrolled off for me. I no longer know what it is. Could you please repeat that sentence? Fit and healthy at any age is here. The most healthy man, the most fit man in service to white well-being. God bless you. Great to see you. He says, Jason seems a bit black-pilled lately. Is he okay? Yes. I'm so depressed. Wonderful to see you. Jimmy the Italian. Did you catch when I went into Italian mode for some reason? I do have all of our genetics inside of yours truly. So maybe that's how that happened. I went into the Italian mode. What else do we have here? Jimmy says, isn't Yiz so amazing? Big time. Big time. Jimmy the Italian says, that's also why you got hungry for a pizza. Yeah, man. Well, biospiritually, he says, you like seeing me in the chat, so you formed an accent momentarily. That's what happened. That must be what happened. Suddenly it just overcame me. And I'm just like, grazie tante, grazie tante. And then what else could I say? I don't know. That will come back to me. Time Traveler says, globalism is anti-whiteism. That's why I wanted to shout during Dr. Kevin McDonald's speech. Globalism is anti-whiteism. God bless you. You know what? And if you would have shouted, I would have just laughed. I would have laughed and been like, good. That's funny. And then, if you had said something like, oh, but I mean, if you would have jumped up and said, globalism is anti-whiteism, and total due respect to you, Dr. McDonald, that would have been perfect. No, Reptile was at the picnic. Reptile was at the picnic, not at the conference. He couldn't make it. And WG Paradigm, great name, says he's drinking coffee right now. Well, it depends on what part of the world you're in. I guess if you're still West Coast, it shouldn't bother you. But it's getting late. It's getting late for coffee. Sloth says here, such a supreme leader praising all these other people all the time. Well, yeah, what a difference that would be, too. I mean, you don't see Kim On-young, and he's like, oh, let's celebrate him. Let's bring him up. Let's celebrate. No, he's like, kill him. Kill him. Do you remember Saddam Hussein? That was one of the funniest dictators ever. That's one of the things that they really ruined. That was one of the most infuriating thing was, September 11, you have the terrorism, and then they're like, well, we're going to go to Iraq and we're going to obliterate Saddam Hussein. And first thought I had was, no, you just go destroy the things that have to be, the actual problem, but he's hilarious. Like, he was fat. He was ugly. I used to call it, people didn't like this, but I thought it was funny back in the day. I used to say that he gave people the treatment. And that meant a little bit of torture. Even the country's soccer team. He's like, oh, you lose? You get the treatment. But, they went ahead and they had to take him out. And, of course, he was found like a total coward in a hole, like a rat. They got this picture of him. He's like looking up. But that's because he's not a man of the West. If it were a man of the West, he would have he would have painted a tank white and then gotten on top of it and then driven that into battle with his entire army. Franklin says he needs to get a picture of his turtle with a no white guilt business card. Please do that. That will be awesome. But it'd be really cool is when this sucker becomes like a genuine Donatello or Leonardo Ninja Turtle style and starts whooping ass all over the city. Oh, Sloth says they're performative villains. Oh, that's funny. Performative villains. It's a big performance, ladies and gentlemen. Time Traveler says that he and Dr. Kevin talked about that before he gave his speech. It was like he didn't remember anything we talked about. Numerical Courage says, I can't find it. I wrote quite a few comments. It's all right. All right, man. Well, it'll come back to you. Let's keep rolling. What do you want to talk about? I'm kidding. Let's talk about, this is what happened last week. I am hungry. God, we're running out of time. I am hungry. We're going to take calls. Here we go. My mic didn't shut off, did it? No. Here's what happened Wednesday last week. I'm getting ready for this trip. Going to fly out on Thursday to Texas. Now, this was a conference of white sympathetic people. So that means that some of the people there are going to be white positive. They might not be from our group, but they still might focus on white people rather than focusingly negative, white negative on other groups of people. So it means that there are going to be white positive people there. There are going to be people who are LARPers and tags as well. But I was assured, and my participation was predicated on there not being like criminal elements, like the really nasty. All right, Axis Mundi is first call tonight. There couldn't be any like real hardcore criminals. Now I'm going to talk about these arrests in a minute as this compares to what we ended up doing this last week, because this all kind of happened together now. And it's another great example of our successes individually, successes for our families, successes for our communities, our people. The Go Free method, once again, proven right. Just as we had, like when we took Salty Cracker, and I said, look at Salty Cracker complaining about iHeartMedia using a picture in the article written about a non-white teenager who beat up a white presenting 9-year-old little girl on a school bus and used a stock photo of a white little boy actor throwing punches on another white child. And I showed, this is what everybody else does. Doom documentation. Here's what we did. Boom. I mean, boom in a big way, my friend. We changed that picture. We did that. With our concepts, with our love, with our determination, with our efforts, we did it. There's the difference. We're having a lot of these juxtapositions. The Antags that are from the crutch cult and what they did to our people in Florida. This new law bill going to become law now could be used to make all advocacy for white people illegal or punishable in the state of Florida with prison, thanks to the crutch cult that everybody celebrated over there at, not everybody, but many at PWR. They brought in my antithesis and they're like, he's awesome. And then look what he did to the white race in the state of Florida. Never has there been such a bitch slap in history, my friends. Never. That was the bitch slap heard around the world. And that juxtapositioned to Mark Dice pushing anti-whiteism, Nut and Fancy, 3 million plus people getting the message about don't use racist, use anti-whiteism. And then the biggest of all, the system figure, Vanderbilt, Yale, Harvard professor, Dr. Carol Swain, saying use anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism is real. It's out there. We finally have a concept to use against people who are victimizing white people. I mean, come on, right? Come on. You juxtapose those things. So we're going to juxtapose those arrests to what we did here this past week. So I'm gearing up to head off to Texas. I was invited, a magnificent gentleman with a beautiful family, the great, the real, the actual real Johnny Reb. In the South, we talk about Johnny Reb, been around for a long time. It's part of our hue of Western civilization. So, but this is him. I guess he just doesn't die. So it's the real Johnny Reb, and he's putting this on down there in Texas. And so I say, well, not going to be any of these bad folks. No. And white sympathetics, some white positives in that mix. And he says, you want to come? I said, absolutely. I love Johnny Reb. I love his family. I love the time we spend down there. It's a great time, good people, and great brotherhood. And he gave me the names of some other people who were going to be attending, people like James Edwards, Sam Dixon, Dr. Kevin McDonald. And I knew, okay, these are good people too, insofar as they are serving white well-being with a morality that comports with mine. If they're doing differently elsewhere, I don't know. And I would find it objectionable if that's the case. But I say, absolutely. And I want to bring my people. I want to bring my champions. I want to bring my gladiators. Now, we don't have, I'm going to talk right now. Let me talk to you for a minute. Let's just sit down and have a conversation. All right. I'm going to talk. We're just friends. We're kicking back in the club. All right. We're kicking back in the club. Maybe it's like the 1920s, and it's very cool. And we're kicking back, and I'm like, you know what? You're my crew. You're in my crew. We're like the mafia of the good. Somebody's going to make that into a song. We're the mafia of the good. And look how suave I look. It's perfect, right? You got the girls to come over. You know, back then in the 20s, our women, they were starting to dress a little skanky, but there was still some really beautiful like outfits. And like even like the on the line stuff was still, you know, very humble, but they looked hotter than many of the outfits today, didn't they? What's going on? Okay. So you come over and we're hanging out, and I'm like, I'm going to bring my people. I want to bring my gladiators. We're going to come down there. And he said, okay. He said, well, we got to keep it, you know, we got to keep it secret. And I was like, we don't have to keep anything secret. We're on the up and up. We don't break the law. We're more moral than the anti-whites. We're not LARPing anywhere. We're not playing the villain. He says, I know, you know, but some of these guys, you know, then they've walked some ugly paths, and maybe you can redeem them. I was like, well, I hope I could redeem them. You know, you got to come to me. You got to come to me first, right? You got to come to me first. That's what Michael Corleone says. You got to come to me first. Who does? Mr. V does a good Michael Corleone. Vito. Oh, no, it was Vito Corleone. That's what it was. Not Michael was the son, right? Somebody's got it. Somebody watches more movies than I do. Vito Corleone. And so he's like, yeah, bring him. So we set this up. I tell you all. And I make my plans. We make the plans to go down there. Folks hear about it. They're like, I want to go. I send them the information to reach out. And I tell folks, not everybody was able to, that was interested, were able to go, because I wasn't able to check your background, right? This was somebody else's event. So you can't blame me. That this person says to me, one white man to another, hey, he's like, hey, you really got to be, please, for me, these have got to be folks that have like been regulars, haven't gone away. They haven't been, they haven't ever like wavered or anything, because he's not going to be able to vet. He's not going to be able to go like look in their backgrounds, right? Get them on the phone. So my hands were tied when it came to that, for good reason. So not everybody who wanted to go was able to go, and next time. So, but we had this magnificent crew all say they want to go. One guy though couldn't go, wanted to go, spoke up, and that was Patrick of Southtown. And Patrick of Southtown said, hey, I know you're going to be busy day before you fly out. By the way, I flew out at like 6 a.m. What time did I fly out? Is Kate here? Are you here, Kate? So it was no sleeper for a couple of days. This is the way it works. That's sometimes what you have to do, when you climb out of those old, what was that car that had the back in the 20s that had the suicide door, and they would show them in the movies, the gangsters with the Tommy guns. God, those were kick-ass guns. I'll tell you a story. I went to a gas station. This is me being like circumlocutory. And there was a gas station. Good old boys worked there. It was like one of the last gas stations that hadn't been bought up with money given by the government to people of another race who then got to buy up all the gas stations. At least that's what the rumor was. And these were good old boys. And I would show up and I love getting gas. Who likes getting gas? I loved getting gas. I'd go in there and I'd pay them and we'd have a good conversation. I'm sure that's how it was in the past. And every now and again, I'd go in there and one of the brothers, it was always one brother. I don't think it was, well, every now and again, both brothers would be there, but he'd say, wouldn't even look at me, go look in the back. And I'd say, all right. So I'd go in the back and there'd be some kind of toy back there. And I remember one time he's like, go look in the back. And I walked to the back, walked through the door, and I'm like, I'm going to the office. And there was a Tommy gun with the barrel, everything. Oh, absolutely beautiful. And this guy had a stamp. He had the whole license for what you all, I'm not even going to say because the ear is against the door. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And I just could not believe how cool that was. Anyhow, so Patrick says to me, he's like, I'm going to fly out to Washington, D.C. from California in true sort of mobster of love fashion. He flies over to Washington, D.C., and we meet up on Wednesday. And it was glorious. D.C., Patrick, are you here? It was glorious. The sun appeared, blue skies as far as you could see, puffy white clouds. I give him like all the directions he needs to go from Bing to Bing. And I drive over there, because he's in a different town. And we're messaging and I get there and I'm like, we're going to hang out for an hour. We'll get a coffee. Right. And so I walk up and it's beautiful. It's warm. It was warm. And we had so many cold days. It was like, it came with Patrick. And so I walk up and I'm like messaging. I'm like, okay, going to message, like, where are you? And he just like appears. He just steps up in true mobster of love, mobster of the real, mobster of the heel fashion. He just like, he's there and he's like, Jason. And man, I threw my arms around him. We went inside. I bought him a coffee. I was like, good looking women all over. And, but like I told him, not the ones you necessarily would ever want to touch, right? This is just for like looking purposes. And so we go, I mean, you're going to get everything, right? They're just like all around town. They're touching everybody. Would you lick the water fountain? So we'd get a seat outside and out in the sun, and he's a handsome guy. He's a smart guy. We sit down, we start having just this, and it was, as always is the case, meeting an old friend for the first time. Nothing bizarre about it. No, like I didn't feel uncomfortable at all. It was meeting an old friend for the first time. And we watched, like we're talking, the Maseratis go by. The people got money. They're not like me. And they're going by and we're checking them out. We're checking out the nice machinery. What else went by, Patrick? And couple of honeys. But we had a great conversation. There were some personal things. There were some emotional things. We talked about successes. It was a great bonding, and it further solidified what we have here. Not just not just electronics, bits, ones and zeros, but flesh and blood, and just affirming that. Not that this is somehow less, but we're affirming it. We're just affirming it. So then 1 hour becomes like 2 hours and like 45 minutes or whatever it is. I'm running late. And I'm like, I got to go. We say our goodbyes. He heads back with the instructions I gave him. I jump out back into traffic, driving like a maniac, always obeying the law, and get to prepping for the bottom of the night, which was an all-nighter. Drove out to airport and jumped on a flight. Was Kate here? Did she say what time we flew out? Went on out to Texas. The flight was fantastic. You know, the funny thing about Texas was that the airport is like the size of Kentucky. And the last time I landed at Dallas-Fort Worth, we landed, I didn't know this, we landed and we drove for like 30 minutes. And I mean, not like stopping and say, we drove like as we're driving over the, the brakes in the concrete. And I'm sitting in my seat and I'm saying, why did we land on some highway? Why didn't we go to the airport? And I even get up and people are like laughing. We get up, we're leaving. I said to the pilot, I was like, you know what? You just should have landed at the airport. We drove for like 30 minutes. And I told Johnny Reb, and he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I guess he never experienced it, or maybe it's just normal. And so this time we're running late. And the pilot says several times, he's like, I'm trying to get an allowance for us to land near our gate. And I'm like, that's novel. Why not? Where are you going to land otherwise? Like, why aren't we going to land near our gate? So he finally says, we got 15 minutes to make up or more. No, it was more. It's like almost 20 minutes. He says, great news, folks. We get to land at the gate. We land and we made up all the time. So I don't know what they got going on there. Maybe they got some kind of a fetish. They want to drive the airplane for miles. But we get there, we get the car, we drive out. Everything is overpriced. We find the Airbnb, and it's kind of like, like ghetto. What else? Who do you look at? You think I can afford the 5 seasons? I mean, what are you looking at here? And so we go in, there's the marijuana smell. God, this is just ruining society everywhere with the pot smell. It's nasty. People complained about cigarette smoke. And then like ban all the cigarettes, but have secondhand marijuana smoke, which is 10 times worse. I hate them both, but anyhow. We spend a wonderful time with Johnny Reb and a wonderful time with Sam Dixon at Stockyards. And I got a photo. And it's like the photo is like beautiful. We're going to be getting together. They're doing it's not like the running of the bulls. It's like the meandering of the longhorns. Forget about the running. I don't think maybe they can run. They're very passive animals. I mean, maybe they're on drugs to make them, I don't know. But they just calmly walk down the street. Got a picture. That was beautiful. It was a wonderful thing. Very American. Very Americana. White people everywhere. Stickers showing up for nowhiteguilt.org is an amazing thing. And what else? I could tell some more stories. We're running out of time. We could get to more stories another time. I mean, unless y'all want to hear them or specific ones. I'm trying to get to the conference because this is what matters. We didn't get a call. And Johnny Reb was like, hey, some of the guys are all bent out of shape because you took a photo. I was like, no one knows where the conference is going to be held. I'm at a tourist destination. How does that narrow it down to the conference? So they're like, I'm like, and I say, we don't have a problem. So he said, well, they are hunted. They're hunted. Effectively. He doesn't say this. This is the implication. And I know that that's the case. So I'm like, yep, fine. I'll take care of things. And so they're hunted. Antifa, they hunt for them. And they're all these groups that are out there to persecute them and all. Why is that? Why is that? Well, because they look like the villain in their story. I'm not saying that's where they're necessarily where their hearts are, or necessarily what they want to accomplish, but I'm saying necessarily these are the forms. And when you let's go with the bull thing. When you wave the red flag in front of the colorblind bull, he'll charge you. So when you play their villain, they get off on victimizing you. And it inspires them emotionally. They feel like they are participants in a movie. You're taking people who are very low IQ and violent mentalities who are given carte blanche, that just means license, to do whatever they want by the anti-whites in the seats in government, in the nodes of power. And then you incite these people to come and harass, maim, thieve, murder you. It seems less than wise to me. But who am I? I'm just Don Guna here in the 20s, sitting in our booth in the back of the restaurant, all right? And so we take care of that. The conference day comes, and I roll into the conference, and it is Kate and I walk into the conference space room together, and she's looking like $1 million, and I'm looking like $1 million. And I'm like looking around, and I see a lot of old faces I've seen at many conferences, and good people, some of them better than others, some of them great. Some of them I have love for. It's been so long, and many years, many hours getting together, many conversations about what's wrong with the world and how bad everything is. And then Kate's like, look there. And I turn to my left, and there is the table of champions. And it's our folk. It's our white well-being activists. And so their faces lit up, I lit up, and I started walking that way. Kate and I started heading toward them. And the first thing that happened was Time Traveler runs up, throws his arms around us. And it's just a great hug. And the energy is just magnetic, and it's explosive. It's positive. It's all based in love. We're saying that we love each other. And it's a completely like normal scenario. It's a completely natural scenario. It's a real scenario. It's the stuff that dreams and movies are made out of. It's not LARPy at all. It's not cringe at all. There aren't any like frogs, anonymous frogs. Like you look out at a pond and you hear all these like toads, and it's like, and that's some other group. That's what you get. And they're nameless and they're belching. And no, these are like angels with identities and names and personalities. And they have swords. And it is just a wonderful thing. Time Traveler. And then it's throwing my arms around Biospirit of the West. And then I'm throwing my arms one after the other. The great Brant Danger. And we're shaking hands. We're hugging. And the energy you could see palpably was different than the rest of the conference. Yeah? Who was there? Time Traveler. He says, I think those Longhorns were probably drugged. Yeah, maybe they were. It was palpable. Promethean promulgation there. Yiz the unifier there. I mean, it was epic. It was totally glorious. All right. Final blossom there. Did I get everybody? I named everybody. Yeah. Kate, me. Who did I miss? Did I miss anybody? And completely different than the energy in the rest of the room, which was not like horrible by any means, but there was a tangible difference. And so we we began, talking about everything going on. And I told everybody, I was like, is this like what I say? Is this like what we talk about? The conversations you're about to hear, the people you're about to converse with, the speeches you're about to hear, they might be wonderful people. They probably are wonderful people. They probably have their heart in the right place. But you're going to hear exactly what I talked about before, where I disagree with them. And I believe that we're going the right way. And it would be kind of dumb for me to continue going this way if I didn't believe that this was the right way. And therefore, they ipso facto have to be headed a way that's not the right way. But again, some of them are white positive. Some of them are white negative, and that we really object to. So we had the first speaker. Now, here was the thing that I'm trying to think about how much I can say. There were, as is always the case in these meetings, conferences, non-white servers, non-white people who are either staff of the establishment, servers, whatever it might be. And they're there. And they're around our food. And we have our backs to them. And we got people using terminology that's out of Fourth Reich, I guess. Wistful thinking is the nicest way I can put it. And not saying these people are bad. I would like to redeem them. I would like them to go free. I would like them to become white positive. They're adults. They're going to make their decisions. But these people are at our food. And, I'm saying to our group at the table there, I'm like, what difference? With us, love, hope, and redemption, benefit to all. That doesn't mean an anti-white wouldn't spit in your food or pour lime in your food. An anti-white hates white people. But you're provoking neutral people. You're provoking everyone. They can get photographs. They could call people to come show up. All this, all throughout the years. This is how it's been. I'm surprised people have been dropping dead everywhere. Maybe some of the diseases and cancers are a consequence of it. I don't know. Who knows? They can get photographs of automobiles, of license plates. There you're talking about Fourth Reich wistful thinking in front of these people, hurting their feelings, making them think that you're going to, that you desire to harm their non-white children. I mean, come on. Everyone knows, if you're going to be honest, that if you've got me at the front of the room, you got Yiz, you got our folk talking about what's good for everybody. We need everybody contending with to put down anti-whiteism, that you are infinitely more likely to not incite a neutral person. You won't incite them at all. They might think you're quirky. They might even think you're dumb, but they're not going to think poison their food because they want to kill my non-white children. And it would be far harder for an anti-white in their midst to go about poisoning the food or to go about spitting in the food. And who knows what they have. So anyhow, I'll go by that. Then we have the great researcher, Kevin, and he gets up there. And so the first one, the position of the first one, per force, what he represented was a political party's taking over of the United States. Not going to happen. I've been listening to this for 3 decades. It was going on before, long before that. And I've learned from the seniors in the white sympathetic sphere. I also use reason and logic in addition to evidence. This was, and this is important to understand. What I'm saying to you right now is the really important part. First speaker, position per force, political party takeover of the United States. Not going to happen. And I will debate anybody about why that won't be the case. Bottom line is that's a field on which money is the winner, and they print the money. Anti-whites do. And connected to that, this political party takeover, this position of a political takeover, a political reclamation, is, pardon me, crutch cult. So the blaming everything on a specific race, well, really being white negative about several non-white races. Can't live around this one because they'll just be violent. Can't live around that one because they're too devious and connected. Always just this kind of a focus. That's really the crux of the political party that never will be a party. Never will be a party. That's the crux of the argument, of every argument that is made. So that was an option you had here at this conference, an option at all conferences, practically. The next option for thought, perusal, which means to read deeply, not to skim, to also to, I guess, occupy time, is discussions over observations and research of the government of Israel vis-a-vis the government of the United States, the government of Russia, the government of Iran, of Egypt, I think was also mentioned, the government of China. Now, while these kinds of conversations that I've witnessed over the years are very sophisticated, they can be intellectually entertaining, they can be enjoyable, I think all of us out there, I think probably you drive a Ford, and you probably drive a Dodge. You might drive a Chevy, right? I mean, what really, when it comes to the reclamation of our destiny, how efficacious are these conversations? I've been doing that for 3 decades. Love the guy, love the, but I'm talking about reclaiming our destiny. Okay? That was option number 2. Option number 3, who was the third? Who came next? Was that I guess that we can call that like the violent fascist option? And this individual was very honest, seemed like his heart was in the right place, wanted to do good things, but the vehicle and the route is a route of an approach that's been done forever, and it results in great harm to the participants, their lives. They have to hide from Antifa, kind of on the run mentality. It's a do it in the dark, using fascist symbols, although having a little bit of a different optics spin, a little bit more of a, I don't know, you might want to call it cool sort of optics, but ultimately what's considered a show of force, which we here talk about as a show of farce. So this is the show of force to reclaim our destiny. So force to take back our destiny against the federal government, state governments of the United States of America. So to check in again, we have the option of the political party takeover, the discussion of the intrigues of foreign governments and the most powerful people in the world, and the fascist takeover by force. Okay? And again, the first one also was the talk endlessly about these non-white groups, white negativity. Then we had the next option, which was the America is going to die. Nothing can stop it. So we should be preparing to rebuild America, to be the ones who rebuild America. That's another option that's been there for a long time. That, of course, as well, is a non-starter. America is not going to die. It's dead. It's not going to collapse. What's meant by America is going to die is that those anti-whites who are in charge are going to lose their ability to be in charge. And everything will collapse. They'll lose their ability to be in charge. And then when everybody is equalized by having no power, magically we'll be able to have power and rebuild America. Well, that's God of the gaps. It's preposterous in my mind. Love the guy saying it. Respect the guy saying it. Totally disagree 100%. 180-degree antithetical belief. We can't even put on a king conference without sneaking and silent and hiding and background checks and all that shit. And you're gonna rebuild America. And by the way, how many of us will have to die and suffer and be miserable before the anti-white oligarchs collapse to having no power whatsoever? As though that's ever going to happen. Another non-starter. That was your other option. And then the final option you had that we're allowed to speak. And again, I'm just being mature about this. I'm just evaluating. A couple of these people I dearly respect. I love. I've been friends with over the years. Other ones, not so much. But nonetheless, these are positions. They represent positions that are real, tangible, and are there. The final one is another one of the ubiquitous, doesn't ever seem to die. We will soon have a secession. It's not going to happen. It's kind of been settled. And nearly 1 million people had to die, white people had to die for the subject of secession to be decided. It is no longer legal to leave. And it doesn't matter if people, when they get called on a phone for a poll, say, would America be a better place to live if it were broken up? Well, sure. So that opinion, that effort put into saying, well, sure, on a poll, does not transmute, the proper word, does not transmute into a revolutionary center of gravity, oppositional center of gravity, that people are willing to pledge themselves to, their lives, their fortunes, at the cost of their lives and fortunes. I mean, let's be serious. Okay? Not going to happen. It's one of those things that you can cope with. All of these things are copes. We're going to take it back with a political party. We'll just, in our talking points will be how awful this jaywalkers are or something like that. And how awful these others are. We're going to wait for it all to collapse. We're going to show of force march in the streets, and they'll just fall before us and our Disneyland shields. And these are brave people. A lot of these people are brave people. You would have to be. There are some that are dumb enough and they don't know the danger, and they're going out, especially those that participate in the show of farce. Very few of them are dumb enough that they're like, yeah, I'm going to just give me the shield and the mask, the ski mask, and I'm heading out. Most of them know this is very dangerous. So they're having to be brave to do it. And for that, they can be credited and saluted. And the people in charge that are leading them into that, they can be credited and saluted for the bravery. But bravery is not synonymous with intelligence. Bravery is not synonymous with ignorance either. It is a separate evaluation. Is the act intelligent? Is the act stupid? It can be brave and either. So you've got those people. You got all of this not going anywhere. And I think forevermore, with those champions who showed up, with those champions right there who showed up, forevermore, they now know in their bones what I've been saying all along. They got to see firsthand what there is available in the white sympathetic sphere and what there has always been available in the white sympathetic sphere. These are the main chords that are played in the white sympathetic sphere, and can see firsthand how all of that fails. Please, with me, salute these champions, 007s, raucous emojis, gems at their feet, crowns for their heads. Please, folks, please, ladies and gentlemen, they are going to take that magnetic energy that they were able to see for the first hand. You meet someone in your life, and they say that X, Y, and Z, and they use reason and logic, and then you see in your own life that the reason and logic and the evidence that's shared plays out in your own life. But when you get to see firsthand, when you get to see the fish being pulled out of the basket, when you get to see water supporting footfalls, you are changed forevermore. And my friends, that is what we got to witness. And that is what I saw on the faces of my brothers and sisters here in this glorious moment for white well-being. There will be a contagion that will spread from them as apostles of white well-being that is going to go from where they are to the states beyond, to the countries beyond, to the continents beyond. And may you, with the lungs in your chest, blow the air that fills those sails. Blow the air that fills those sails to ensure that this message reaches distant lands. God bless these heroes. It was a truly glorious evening. And it didn't stop being glorious. We ended up going, and thank you all for celebrating. We ended up going to, as we enter the last hour and a half, 27 minutes. No. What time is it? Half hour. What time is it? We're going to take calls. That we ended up going to a meal afterwards, after the conference, and we got to have converse there and trade laughs, have camaraderie, have brotherhood and sisterhood, and tell jokes. It was really a wonderful time. You all missed those who couldn't make it. We're going to have events of our own in the future, and I hope that you all who could not attend will attend, and you'll be able to see firsthand what it's really like to go into the world. And I will tell you this. There was somebody there at that conference that really doesn't like me. There might have been a couple. Okay, there might have been a couple. Why is that? Because I make arguments about what I think we should be doing, and they don't like those arguments, and they don't like when I'm proven right. And yet, Yiz, the unifier, like Pegasus, flew right through. Every time we had these breaks, our advocates were going out and talking to people who have already wed themselves, many of them, for life, to other vehicles, other approaches, other ideologies. And Yiz went straight to this person, doesn't like me very much. And right on her heels was Brandt. And they both somehow magically did what I could never do and struck up positive conversation. It was truly remarkable. I was amazed. Were we not laughing at the table of how amazing it was? It was literally like watching real magic, not the magician pulling the eagle out of the napkin, but like watching real magic. You know why? Because it was real magic. So God bless every single one of these champs. We'll have time and effort to talk about them again in the future. We're running out of time. Let me get to the mailbag. I want to mention here, in connection to this juxtaposition, everything positive I'm talking about right there. And I come back home and I find that I have messages from you are not even going to believe. I'm not going to say nothing is solid yet, but you are not even, you could not even believe. So we're going to see if things happen, but it is a success like you wouldn't believe. I do want to mention that someone said that Henrik of Red Ice celebrated us for Dr. Carol Swain using anti-whiteism. Is that true? Did people see that? And if so, man, God bless him. God bless him. If that's true, God bless him. But while all this is happening, and I come back to these messages that are just like, you're not going to believe, okay? I come back to this. There's a guy who endorses the show of force, and he's a genuine criminal type, I'm told. I don't know. And on the run, and for endorsing show of force, go fight them in the street mentality against America. And he was arrested in Europe, facing extradition, and so many others that have followed him and heeded that mentality, show of force, arrested in prison now for following that mentality. And I got messages like this. And you're having successes in white well-being like that. We have Sven Longshanks, who I was never aware of these conversations, these memes, and these talks he gave, white negative talks apparently that he gave. All I knew about Sven Longshanks was that he was always totally moral. And I wrote on his behalf about how all of our conversations were positive about white people. He's a cool guy. As far as I'm concerned, he's totally cool. Maybe information on him is white negative from his past. Maybe it's fake. Maybe it's overblown. Because what I knew, and the day that I spent with him in person, is that he was a total moral guy. He didn't say anything negative about any other races. And kind of guy that I would think, hey, this is a cool guy to hang out with and meet up with him again and again in the future. Not going to be able to do that, not just because he lives in the UK and I'm in the US, but because he's going to jail. He was convicted and he's facing sentencing for white negativity, as I understand. I'm open to being corrected on that. But for white negativity, focusing on other races, and other leaders out there, when it comes to the violence, the guy arrested, facing extradition and time in prison, and his underlings already in prison, and other ones being hunted down. Sven Longshanks being convicted and facing sentencing now. How long is he going to go to jail? If he's going to go to jail, what kind of fines are he going to pay? People are saying, other leaders, other content creators are saying, hey, this is just a dangerous thing. You just got to accept it. Bullshit. You can lead men and women into conflict intelligently. You can take intelligent risks. And if the unthinkable or the planned against or the all things done to prevent happens, that is awful. That's when you say there's always a chance. You can also go lie down in front of the king steamroller and be crushed. There is no excuse to do and to lead men and women into states of advocacy that destroy them. There is no apology. There is no excuse. This is not what comes with the game. This is what comes from following misleaders, misrulers. And it's always been this way. At 9, 10 almost on the East Coast United States. Juxtapose that with our successes, the messages I received. Juxtapose, and this final one, the other one going to jail, Mackey. Douglas Mackey, I believe is his name. Ricky Vaughn. And as I said earlier in the gathering, this electric gathering we've been having this Sunday, that people came to me and I said, this is not smart. Being white negative is not smart. It doesn't help us. Here are all the reasons why. this kind of humor isn't going to do anything good. It can only harm. Here are the reasons why. Here are the reasons why we should be doing this instead. Here are the reasons why we should be favoring this instead. And I had more than a few individuals come to me and say, oh, shut up. Look at the size of his accounts. Look at his accounts. Look at how many asses he has in the seats. Doing what? I mean, like, I don't sell heroin, and there are heroin dealers out there that have a lot of heroin junkies hooked on their junk. So what? And of course, they end up saying, well, he's funnier than you are. You're just jealous. You're not trying to look out for anybody. You're just jealous. You're not trying to benefit Western kind. You're just jealous. He's going to jail. Was I right? Or were they right? The same little fuckers today, the same little dipshits today, the same little chihuahua scrotums today say the same shit to me. You're just jealous. He makes more money. You're just jealous. He's more popular. You're just jealous. He's funnier. You're just jealous. He's better looking. They're going to jail. They're going to jail, and that is what matters to them on a personal level. For us, they've only harmed us. They confirm the anti-white narrative. That gives anti-whites real tangible justification to avenge themselves against innocent white people. How many white children need to be harmed for your LARPing? I'm not going to read the little personal note here, maybe next time, but I want to get raucous emojis out for this champion. This sister in service to white well-being. Please cast gems at her feet. This is in the mailbag. $50 financial gift. And what we'll do is we'll bring it back to read her little note that she has here. She talks about some people who are kind of jealous from a community who wants to take credit for the work that we are doing. And we'll read that next week. God bless you, sister. And her name is Catherine. $50 from this woman. She's a follower of the other, and I guess she might have been an advocate too. I'm going to read the note again. God bless her. Thank you so much. $50 for us here in service to white well-being. We're going to get to the phones right now. Running out of time, as is always the case. Let me get over here. We'll check the financial gifts as I get ready to make the call. We have 2 calls. Get out your raw 007s. Keep casting. We got 50 from Catherine. We got 50 from DB. 50. Dude bro moment coming in as true as the rains that bring the real rainbows. This champion, the ones that put smiles on children's faces and adults alike. DB50 coming in for white well-being is what he writes. God bless you. Please cast gems at this man's feet. Put crowns on his head. Raucous emojis for Dude Bro moment. I really appreciate you. We have Western Inoculator here as well. $5 financial gift. He says, I showed my father that video you reviewed of Dr. Carol Swain. He said that he can, quote, get on board with that, close quote. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Give it up for Western Inoculator, folks. And Western Inoculator, I don't think, do you have a job yet? I still got to look at your message back to me. It's been a busy past week. $5 financial gift. He says he showed his father, and if I'm right, you were having was it your mom or your dad or your parents or what was it who weren't coming around? You showed the interview or the video I made of Carol Swain using anti-whiteism, and Dad says, I can get on board with that. That is where the battle is won. Oh my God. God bless you. This is why you have testimonials from God champions like DB50 that keep showing up with $50 white well-being testimonials, like Catherine showing up with $50 testimonials, First Last showing up 100 and whatever $101 testimonials or whatever. So God bless everybody in service to where we're running out of time. We got Mr. V and let's second call. And we also have Dandy Westman is here. $10 financial gift says, you've said before not to flip the script, such as adopting. Thank you very much for the financial gift. Adopting White Lives Matter. He says, when you were reviewing a black anti-white, you celebrated him flipping the script in adopting the term anti-black. He's in our story. When they flip the script in our story, you want that. You don't want to flip the script in their story. Does that make sense? You want them flipping the script in your story. And he says, can you elaborate? Yes. We use anti-white in our story. If they say, well, then it's anti-black, that's good. If you are in their story and they say Black Lives Matter, and then you say flip the script, White Lives Matter, that's bad. And I've talked pretty at length at that, but we got to roll here, and I can revisit it again. Thank you very much for the financial gift and that question. Oh, Heidi is here. The great Heidi. We've been celebrating Heidi lately. Big salute. $15 financial gift from this dear lady for white well-being. Hails to all our heroes. Hails to our heroes indeed. Axis Mundi is the first call, and we are making that right now.
Hail, brother.
Promethean hails to you. My God, I'm sorry we have so little time. 4 minutes, brother. I'm sorry. We'll have you back, though. What's on your mind?
Sure, yeah. Well, I just want to congratulate you for the successful conference and also the meeting with Patrick of Southtown. Those sound like wonderful events, brother.
Oh, beyond telling. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I've had a good in-person encounter myself as well. I got to meet the esteemed Anders Nelson.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I finally met someone from the community in person, though. You know, when you mentioned like meeting Patrick, like was meeting an old friend for the first time, that's exactly how it was with Anders. It was like meeting someone I've known forever for the first time. And it was a great time. He stayed at my place for a couple of nights.
Oh, cool.
And we just talked, you know, endlessly about all sorts of things, both having to do with white well-being, just having to do with life. And we went on a Go Free road trip that was an immense success. We went into one of the epicenters of anti-whiteism.
Oh, here we go. Yes. Celebrate this, yeah. Folks. Celebrate this. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. Into one of the epicenters, you know, a city similar to Seattle or LA or San Francisco. We went right into the middle of this city, went into one of the streets named after an anti-white idol, if you will.
Oh.
And we wandered around this neighborhood and we found a lot of stickers there. Just found them on every single corner and loudly talked about white well-being everywhere we met. We sat down at a cafe, sat outside and had coffee. And I hosted my Wednesday event there where we discussed you know, philosophy in connection to white well-being. And whenever anyone passed by, I was, of course, inclined to increase the volume by about 10 notches. I'm not sure why that happens. It just kind of does. And we got some looks. There were a lot of people who were definitely thinking about confronting us. The thing is that we were two confident men of the West, and we had a dog that was a confident canine of the West.
Oh, nice.
Sitting at our heels, so no one dared speak to us. There was even a guy who tried to sell us street art and seemed like, you know, he saw two white men sitting and having coffee in a city that's known for its anti-whiteism. So he thought he could like guilt us into giving him some money, right? And basically the dog just started barking at him. He jumped back. And the look in his eyes, like he was thinking about calling that dog, you know, the R slur, saying that like, oh, that dog's just barking at me because, you know, whatever made up grievances, right? But then we saw a moment of doubt because there were two of us and there was a dog. So we had kind of a small scale version of numeric courage where he didn't dare even attempt to guilt us because we did not show any sort of vulnerability, right? And we clearly had the moral high ground because we didn't say anything bad about him. We just said, oh, these things kind of happen. Dogs bark,
Right.
Sometimes you have days like that. We all have experiences like that. He couldn't deny it, right? Basically, we just reacted like normal people. We showed confidence, and so he backed off. And so, as a success and testimonial to the effectiveness of Go Free, you can walk into a center of anti-whiteism and be perfectly fine if you practice this method.
I love it, man. So many salutes. This is so cool. Thank you both. That was the bravery. You had the moral high ground. You all were just totally epic in your composure, and that is cool. I've received messages from several anti-whites just livid, finding stickers in their city. I love it. Well done, everybody. Crowns for these guys. Crowns. Oh my gosh. Axis Mundi, Anders, we love you. Big salutes, brother. Big salutes, brothers.
Thank you so much, man. And salutes right back at you, brother, for everything that you do. Since we're kind of short on time, I'll let you go now. And I look forward to our next conversation.
Let's do it, man. God bless you. Thank you so much. And I can't wait to meet you in person. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails.
All right. Awesome. How cool is that? Nothing but victory after victory. Let's get to Mr. V right now so we can get as much time with him as possible.
Hello.
Mr. V, what's going on, brother?
Well, I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
I couldn't be more excited. This has been a glorious week. Starting this week, it's just going to continue with one triumph after another. Tell us what's on your mind, brother. You got about 4.5 minutes.
All right, I'll try to make it very quick. So we finished the Little Book of Talent.
Oh, really?
Week.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Yeah, and that was awesome. And I use pCloud, so I have the Little Book of Talent on audiobook, so I can send that to people. It's less than 100 megabytes, so it's quite cool. So people can give that a listen and go back through the material and then take those 52 practice steps and apply them to Go Free. So that was awesome. We finished that one. Guess what we did today?
What's that?
Prometheus Rising.
Oh, nice.
Yep. And Imminent Reign joined us.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
That was very cool. And it's awesome that April 30th is the release of the album.
Yeah.
And it's a Sunday. So that means that and it lined up perfectly because we just started reading Prometheus Rising today.
Cool.
So we're going to be reading Prometheus Rising on the Sunday that his album is released.
Oh, that's magic.
Yeah. And then you're going to be doing the show. So it's going to be, we're going to try and have a kind of a whole day release party. Yeah. I might have to message you about that, brother, just to talk about some scheduling stuff.
Cool. Yeah.
Perfect. Then I'll be sure to message you because we want to try and have it be, a whole day kind of event. We think that would be awesome. And then, of course, after you finish the show, we would do the same thing. We would continue the party for a little bit longer, and really celebrate the release and encourage folks to get a copy of the album. It's going to be so freaking amazing.
It is going to be so amazing, my man. It is awesome. I couldn't be more excited.
Same. I mean, who else gets this done? Like, what?
I know it.
Like, what else motivates people to do something like this? It's incredible.
I know. It's like the real magic. We've been shut off from the real magic, but now we're tapping back into it. This is what the Antiwhites wanted to do, but we're tapping back into it. We can't be stopped now.
Yeah, and it all starts with having an understanding of a biospirit and getting rid of the anti-whiteism that blocks that biospiritual harmony, that biospiritual resonance, that thwarts our potential of power.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Go Free training, we had the last one this Saturday at 8 p.m. ET. We're at level 3 for treatment.
Nice.
So yeah, and then once we finish the Go Free book, the other book that won the poll for next book that we're going to be reading for Go Free training is Prometheus Rising. So we're going to do Prometheus Rising for book club again, and then we're going to do it one more time for the Promethean chat.
Nice.
Because it's an important book. People should read it. Some folks are a bit intimidated, but they shouldn't be. Prometheus Rising is not as hard to read as people think. It's not, and it flows incredibly well, and it's so masterfully written.
Thank you.
It's just a joy. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Amazing book. Yeah. Yeah. So everyone should get a copy of Prometheus Rising, and I'll end by thanking Shauna. Shauna's doing calls for the Promethean chat, calls for folks to hang out and just chat, talk about important stuff. So thank you so much, Shauna, for taking the initiative and doing that. It really helps. Big thanks, of course, to Spirit of the West. He is doing calls, and he is scheduling things, and he's really organizing the OT. So big thanks to Biosphere of the West as the leader of the position.
Yeah. Yeah. God bless all of them. God bless you, brother. And thank you so much. Please call in every single Sunday. We love you.
Love you, brother. I love all our folks. And thank you so much for everything you guys do for white well-being. And if you're a do-not out there, I will find you. And I will make you read Go Free. And we will get you active. So thank you so much for everything, brother. Promethean Hails, and take care.
Promethean Hails to you, champ. Oh my gosh. That is so awesome. Really quickly, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if I can find it. Oh, I don't know. Will I be able to as we run out of time? Yes, there she is. There's the White House, the mouth of the White House, Karine Jean-Pierre. And so the question now is, who wore it better? The mouth of Sauron or the mouth of the White House? I think she is. There it is. That's what she really looks like. The mouth of Sauron, speaking in this psycho-spiritual assault on Western kind. Folks, we're pushing back. We're not taking any crap from these types anymore. It's the end of anti-whiteism. It's the end of all the evil that they bring forward. Make sure that you are a big player in service to white well-being. As we run out of time here today, as we always are pushing the envelope on how many hours and minutes and seconds we get together, these are the kind of stories that history is made of. These are the kind of moments. These are the kind of people. These are the kind of names. These are the type of challenges that heroes overcome, from which legends are told and storybooks are written. We are the destiny of Western kind. We are the reason why there will be more Max Plancks, more Neil Armstrongs, more Leonardo da Vinci's, more Shakespeare's. It is because we have lived and we have said no more. And we have drawn to us all of the powers in this universe and the good people of all races in this contest against anti-whiteism. I love every single one of you. Be that person. Let's go free.